Chapter 402. The Golden Crown Country was a big country in the southern mountain land. Within the Golden Crown Country, there was a list that everyone was familiar with, the Marshal Marquis list. The Marshal Marquis list had a total of 72 names. Every expert that could enter the Marshal Marquis list had to be at the Chi High realm and couldn't be older than 100 years old. In the world of cultivation, those who weren't older than 100 years old could be considered young. Being able to enter the Marshal Marquis list represented talent and strength. Therefore, every warrior in the Golden Crown Country wanted to enter the Marshal Marquis list. Of course, there were some hidden warriors. Because of their age, they couldn't enter the Marshal Marquis list. However, their strength wasn't any weaker than the Marshal Marquis list experts. Ever since the Divine Illusion space closed, the Golden Crown Country had been in chaos for more than a year. Finally, a few days ago, things had settled down. After the chaos was settled, the royal family of the Golden Crown Country started to recruit the experts of the various sects. On a certain day, the royal family of the Golden Crown Country announced that a month later, there would be a Marshal Marquis list competition within the country. There were two ways to enter the Marshal Marquis list. The first way was to challenge the experts of the Marshal Marquis list. If you defeated or even killed them, you would be able to take their previous position. This was the most common way and also the way that everyone agreed on. As for the second way, it was the Marshal Marquis list competition that the royal family didn't have a date. When the royal family created the Marshal Marquis list, it was to choose the strongest Chi High realm expert in the Golden Crown Country. Therefore, the Marshal Marquis list competition didn't have a date. The royal family could hold it whenever they wanted. The last time the Marshal Marquis list competition was 20 years ago. Therefore, some of the experts on the Marshal Marquis list had already occupied the list for 20 years. This time, when the royal family announced the competition, there were countless warriors who were celebrating. Although they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Marshal Marquis list competition, they could watch. With so many top experts fighting, it would definitely be very exciting. When the news of the Marshal Marquis list competition spread, it caused a huge uproar. Countless warriors were discussing it. The royal family attached great importance to the Marshal Marquis list competition that would take place a month later. Together with a few two-star sect, they built a large martial arts practice field in the wilderness outside of the imperial capital. Xia Houwu and Jian Feng, who were in the Reverent Sword sect, were extremely excited. Their strength had already reached the peak of the Chi High realm. After some hard work, they believed that they had the strength to enter the Marshal Marquis list. Therefore, when they heard this news, they were extremely excited. It's a pity that junior brother Fang Chen is not here, or else he would definitely have obtained a good ranking. Xia Houwu regretfully said. Perhaps junior brother Fang Chen will appear in a month, Jian Feng said. Just like that, a month passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The Marshal Marquis ranking contest was finally about to begin. In this 1 month, the number of martial artists in the capital had increased tremendously. Countless martial artists had traveled through the night just to watch the Marshal Marquis list contest. On the day that the Marshal Marquis list competition began, all the older generation Marshal Marquis list experts appeared. Even the number 1 expert on the Marshal Marquis list, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, appeared. As for the illusory Yin Marshal Marquis and the other 4, no one cared about them at all. There were many Marshal Marquis who were stronger than them. Haha, there really are a lot of people. Xia Houwu and Jian Feng stood within the crowd, grinning. Tian Jianzi was a condensing reality realm expert and the sect master of the sword-worshipping sect. He naturally sat together with the king of the imperial family. On the plains, there was a sea of people. After countless selections, the imperial family had decided on the final number of participants. Adding on the older generation Marshal Marquis list experts, there were over 500 participants. Over 500 people fighting over 72 spots. It could be imagined just how difficult it was. King, the time has come. Do you want to begin? The judge walked in front of the king and respectfully said, "Let's begin." The king nodded his head. Afterwards, the judge announced that the Marshal Marquis list contest had officially begun. Over 500 martial artists would fight in pairs. The side that lost would be immediately eliminated and the side that won would enter the next round. In the first round, the older generation martial marquis list experts practically all won. As for Xia Houwu and Jian Feng, they had also won their matches. While the Golden Crown Nation's martial artists were celebrating, as the heavenly sword son of the sword-worshipping sect, Fang Chen was cultivating within the sword space. Hiss, an extremely wild aura surged around Fang Chen's body. Sword intent filled the air and the hidden star sword in his hand constantly emitted sword cries. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly shot out a sword light that directly chopped down on the ground. Crack! A large hole appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen slowly put away the hidden star sword and stood up from the praying mat. After 2 months of cultivation, my cultivation base has improved a lot. Fang Chen grinned. The sword intent here was too abundant. Moreover, comprehending the sword Dao here was twice the result with half the effort. The ancestor who had created this sword space was definitely a shocking expert. In 2 months, Fang Chen's fire and water sword technique had reached the 10th level. Its power was extremely tyrannical. One sword strike could frighten even ghosts and gods. My current strength should be comparable to the top 40 experts on the martial marquis list, Fang Chen said softly. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the golden heart suddenly started trembling rapidly. This time, the speed of the trembling of the golden heart was much faster than before. When Fang Chen realized this, he continued to put spiritual stones into the golden heart. Then, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged on the praying mat and continued cultivating. Time passed by slowly. The speed at which the golden heart swallowed spiritual stones made Fang Chen's jaws drop. 4 sword strikes in a day and the golden heart had swallowed 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This was unprecedented. However, it was fortunate that Fang Chen had a lot of high-grade spiritual stones, which were enough for the golden heart to swallow. After swallowing for 10 days and about 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, the golden heart finally fell into a deep slumber. Traces of golden light were emitted from the golden heart. It's transforming, Fang Chen said in his heart. In the outside world, on the plains outside the imperial capital, the martial marquis battle had been going on for 10 days. It was estimated that it would take a month to finish. In 10 days, many martial artists had been eliminated. The remaining martial artists were the elites of the elites. After another 20 days, the martial marquis ranking battle had finally reached its final stage. The final rankings had basically been decided. When Xia Houwu ascended the martial marquis rankings for the first time, he obtained the 53rd rank, whereas Jian Feng obtained the 59th rank. Seeing that his 2 disciples were ranked on the martial marquis list, Tian Jianzi was grinning from ear to ear. Now, what was being held was the ranking of the top 3. Now, the ranking of the top 3 officially begins. The judge announced. He was extremely excited in his heart. The top 3 were the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Black Armor Marquis, and the Soaring Marquis. These 3 were the top 3 of the previous martial marquis list. Their strength was extremely powerful. The 3 of them are too strong. No one can shake their positions. Yeah. Especially the Soaring Dragon Marquis. His strength is really strong. It's said that he can fight against a level 1 condensing reality realm martial artist. Looks like the Soaring Dragon Marquis should be ranked first among the top 3. Although the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Marquis are strong, they can't shake the Soaring Dragon Marquis position. On the plains, many martial artists had excited smiles on their faces. The battle between the 3 marquis was definitely the most intense and exciting battle. Just before the 3 of them were about to fight, the king of the Golden Crown country suddenly stood up and said, "I didn't tell everyone beforehand, but the martial marquis who obtained the top 3 of this year's martial marquis ranking will represent our Golden Crown country and enter the southern mountain land." Hearing the king's words, many martial artists were in an uproar. This news was too sudden. Enter the southern mountain land. Oh my god, the top 3 this time can actually enter the southern mountain land and represent the Golden Crown country to enter the southern mountain land. This is too good. Unfortunately, we can't fight for it. The Golden Crown country was only a big country in the southern mountain land. The southern mountain land was very big. Compared to the Golden Crown country, it was many times bigger. Outside the southern mountain land, there was an even bigger stage. If one wanted to step onto the big stage, one must first leave the Golden Crown country and enter the southern mountain land. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis and the other two grinned. They were very strong. They could even enter the southern mountain land by themselves. However, there were many strong martial artists in the southern mountain land. They were strong in the Golden Crown country, but it didn't mean that they were strong in the southern mountain land. Entering the southern mountain land for the first time, they would definitely encounter many difficulties. They definitely couldn't compare to the disciples of the southern mountain sect. Representing the Golden Crown country in the southern mountain land meant that they could directly join some of the big sect in the southern mountain land. In this way, they wouldn't have to worry about resources. It would be easier for them to cultivate. Looks like the three of us are about to enter the southern mountain land. The soaring dragon Marquis grinned. Before entering the southern mountain land, let's determine the winner. The black armor Marquis said. All right, let's determine the winner. The soaring dragon Marquis said. After a unanimous decision, the black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis decided to fight first. The winner of the two would challenge the soaring dragon Marquis. Black armor Marquis, I will definitely defeat you and then challenge the soaring dragon Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis coldly said. That will depend on your ability. The black armor Marquis smiled. Crash. The two peak martial marquises fought. As soon as they attacked, the martial stage was filled with extremely dense spiritual chi. On the plains, countless martial artists were retreating. The attacks of the two martial marquises were too strong. They were actually unable to withstand the energy emitted from the battle. Too strong. Is this a battle between peak martial marquises? A martial artist exclaimed. The two martial marquises seemed to be casually attacking, but each of their attacks contained boundless battle power. The soaring dragon Marquis looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, "It looks like the black armor Marquis is still a level higher." With the soaring dragon Marquis's eyesight, he was able to see the difference between the two of them. As expected, after an intense battle, the black armor Marquis punched out. It seemed ordinary, but it sent the soaring dragon Marquis flying. Bang! The soaring dragon Marquis's body was sent flying. He landed on the ground, right at Xiahou Wu's feet. The soaring dragon Marquis was incomparably furious. He was unwilling to accept this. He had been so close to defeating the black armor Marquis, but in the end, he had still been struck. Scram! The soaring dragon Marquis was already unhappy after losing the battle. Seeing the surrounding martial artists looking at him, he was infuriated. He directly waved his sleeve and a boundless aura bombarded the surrounding martial artists. Because Xiahou Wu was the closest to him, he was the most heavily injured. Chapter 403. Although Xiahou Wu was ranked on the martial Marquis list, he was only ranked 53rd. How could he block an attack from the third-ranked soaring Marquis? Bang! Xiahou Wu's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, vomiting blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were flickering. Killing intent erupted from his body. Xiahou, are you all right? When Jian Feng saw this scene, he quickly appeared beside Xiahou Wu and asked worriedly. The soaring Marquis waved his sleeve, causing the surrounding martial artists to suffer. He had originally been preparing to leave, but when he sensed Xiahou Wu's killing intent, his expression changed and he icily said, "Little ant, you dare release killing intent towards me? You're really courting death." The soaring Marquis had only just finished speaking when he prepared to attack Xiahou Wu. At this time, Tian Jianzi was also unable to sit still. His wrist flicked and a sword light shot out, blocking the soaring Marquis's attack. Soaring Marquis, you're ranked 3rd on the martial Marquis list. Bullying the weak isn't good, said Tian Jianzi unhappily. "Mph, I'll give Tian Jianzi face and let you off." The soaring Marquis didn't dare say anything. After all, although he was strong, he didn't dare look down on Tian Jianzi. The soaring Marquis coldly snorted and prepared to leave. At this moment, A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the sword reverence peak of Sword Continent City. This light contained an extremely majestic sword intent. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the sword space, suddenly opened his eyes. After cultivating for 3 months, there was finally a transformation. So the Tao of the sword is like this. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. In the next instant, sword intent surged out of his body. A wild sword intent soared into the sky. Crash. After Fang Chen had comprehended the true essence of the Tao of the sword, his sword intent had suddenly exploded. Under Fang Chen's gaze, his sword intent had broken through the second minor realm, reaching the shocking third minor realm. Third realm sword intent. Fang Chen was also incomparably excited. After cultivating for 3 months in the sword space, his sword intent had reached the third minor realm. This was a qualitative leap. Kid, your luck is really too good. Just as Fang Chen was getting excited, old ancestor Bronze spoke. His words were filled with astonishment. That golden heart of yours is too strong. It forcefully transformed your Tao body into a sword body, said old ancestor Bronze. Sword body? Fang Chen was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard the word sword body. The sword body is a constitution that sword cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. The Tao body is only slightly stronger than the average constitution, but the sword body is specially made for swords, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen looked behind him. He felt that his body was like a sharp sword. It was different from before. With a shift of his mind, the sword will around him surged as if he could control the spiritual qi in the entire world. This is the sword body. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and used the 11th level of the waterfire sword art. A majestic waterfire sword light immediately appeared in the sky. This, not long ago, Fang Chen had cultivated the waterfire sword art to the 11th level. But although he had cultivated it to the 11th level, its power hadn't been as great as it was now. The sword body is transmitting sword intent. Fang Chen was shocked to find that his body was constantly transmitting sword intent into the hidden star sword, causing the waterfire sword light's power to explosively increase. Kid, now you know how terrifying the sword body is. Old ancestor Bronze smiled. Only those peerless geniuses who cultivated the sword Tao could transform their bodies into a sword body. Generally speaking, less than 1 in a million martial artists could transform their bodies into a sword body. Even on the entire ancient sword continent, the number of martial artists who possessed a sword body could be counted on one hand. This time, the Golden Heart's transformation had brought great benefits to Fang Chen. It had allowed Fang Chen to possess a sword body. With a sword body, Fang Chen was destined to shine in the sword Tao. Kid, your heart is truly strange. Even I can't see through it. It's actually transforming your body. It's truly terrifying. Old Ancestor Bronze sighed as he thought of the Golden Heart. Fang Chen was still immersed in the joy of having a sword body. At this moment, he felt as if he had merged with the entire sword space. It was incomparably comfortable. His mind was filled with countless thoughts of the sword Tao. It was as if he was a peerless sword. Sword body, this is the sword body. Fang Chen's eyes were blurred at first, but in the end, they shot out a terrifying sword light. After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed the excitement in his heart. Kid, with a sword body, you are invincible within the Qi High realm, said old Ancestor Bronze. A martial artist who possessed a sword body could cultivate the sword Tao much faster than an ordinary martial artist. On the entire ancient sword continent, there were only a few people who possessed a sword body. What is the origin of the Golden Heart? Fang Chen could not figure it out. Since the Golden Heart could turn his body into a sword, it was obvious that it was a treasure among treasures. Invincible within the Qi High realm. Fang Chen was extremely excited. 3 months ago, his strength was not enough to enter the top 30 of the martial marquis list. But 3 months later, he possessed a sword body. At this moment, he was invincible within the Qi High realm. Of course, this was all because of the Golden Heart. Since his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, Fang Chen naturally would not stay in the sword space. Hua just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the majestic sword intent within the sword space was completely absorbed by Fang Chen's sword body. In the next moment, the sword intent within the sword space disappeared. It was like an ordinary independent space. Fang Chen was once again shocked. The sword body was too strong. It could actually absorb such a large amount of sword intent in an instant. What Fang Chen did not know was that as the Heaven Sword Son, he had already created history in the Sword Reverence sect. In the history of the Sword Reverence sect, there had never been a Heaven Sword Son who was able to completely absorb the sword intent within the sword space. He was the first. Of course, Fang Chen was also the first person to comprehend the third minor realm of sword intent within the sword space. Being able to comprehend the third level of sword concept at the Qi High realm was enough to show that Fang Chen had a monstrous talent in the sword Dao. With the third level of sword concept and the sword body, Fang Chen was already ahead of the majority of sword Dao cultivators. The current Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword Dao was probably not even comparable to the Heaven Sword Son. Hua La Fang Chen left the sword space and appeared within the Sword Reverence sect. Senior brother Fang. A disciple passed by the square and saw Fang Chen. He respectfully greeted him. Fang Chen nodded his head and asked, "Is the sect master here?" Senior brother Fang, a month ago, the sect master and the others went to the imperial capital to participate in the Martial Marquis list battle. They have yet to return. The disciple said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately left the Sword Reverence sect. This time, Fang Chen did not walk alone. Instead, he took the transportation array and headed towards the imperial capital. After paying the required amount of spirit stones, Fang Chen entered the teleportation array. In the next instant, he appeared in the imperial city. Just as he appeared within the imperial capital, he felt two powerful auras. Outside the imperial capital, what a powerful aura! Fang Chen faintly said. He then left the imperial capital and arrived at the plains. Arriving here, Fang Chen happened to see the battle between the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis. The battle between the two was extremely intense. A battle between the top martial Marquis list battle. Fang Chen faintly said. Just as Fang Chen was watching the battle, he suddenly saw Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu from the corner of his eyes, especially the bloodstains on Xiahou Wu's body. He quickly passed through the crowd and arrived beside Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. What's going on? Hearing someone speak, Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu turned to look. Their faces were filled with pleasant surprise. Fang Chen, you've come out of seclusion. Jian Feng was incomparably excited to see Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu also grinned and nodded towards Fang Chen. Who injured you? Asked Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu recounted to Fang Chen how he had been injured. Then, Fang Chen's gaze turned towards a certain region on the plains. This region was the region where the experts of the Martial Marquis list were located. At the very front, there was the arrogant Soaring Marquis. Soaring Dragon Marquis. Fang Chen muttered softly as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Junior apprentice brother Fang Chen, it's a pity you came too late. Otherwise you would definitely have entered the Martial Marquis list. Jian Feng felt it was a pity. Yeah, Fang Chen, me and senior apprentice brother Jian Feng have also entered the Martial Marquis list. If you were to participate, you would at least be able to enter the top 30, said Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. His gaze shifted from the Soaring Dragon Marquis to the martial stage. At this time, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis were in the midst of an intense battle. Originally, everyone had thought that the Soaring Dragon Marquis would easily defeat the Black Armor Marquis. But only after the battle had begun did they realize that the Black Armor Marquis had been hiding his strength. The Black Armor Marquis defense is very strong, while the Soaring Dragon Marquis offense is very strong. When the two of them collide, there will definitely be one side that will not be able to endure. Fang Chen thought to himself. With Fang Chen's current eyesight, he could see where the two were lacking with a glance. He then slightly shook his head and said, in less than 3 moves, the Black Armor Marquis will definitely lose. On the martial stage, the Black Armor Marquis' body was surrounded by a layer of black light. This caused his defense to reach its peak. Soaring Dragon Marquis, you can't break my defense. The Black Armor Marquis sinisterly laughed. Is that so? After fighting for so long, The Soaring Dragon Marquis finally discovered the mysteries of the Black Armor Marquis defense. Hearing the Black Armor Marquis words, the Soaring Dragon Marquis faintly smiled. In the next moment, a scarlet light appeared on the Soaring Dragon Marquis' palm. When this light appeared, the entire plane became silent. On the platform, many condensing reality experts, including the king, also had faces of shock. This Soaring Dragon Marquis has been hiding his strength all this time. Many condensing reality experts involuntarily cried out. The strength that the Soaring Dragon Marquis was currently exploding with was countless times stronger than before. Moreover, the aura around the Soaring Dragon Marquis was still rising. Crack. Chapter 404. Around the Soaring Dragon Marquis, crimson light flickered. A wild aura soared into the clouds. Crack. The fist of the Soaring Dragon Marquis gathered a scarlet radiance. Then, he punched towards the Black Armor Marquis. This punch caused the expressions of countless condensing reality realm warriors to change. With a cracking sound, a crack finally appeared on the Black Armor Marquis's invincible Chi-Hai defense. The ground was trembling, and the martial arts stage was shaking. The battle between the two was too shocking. The Black Armor Marquis was pushed back by a punch from the Soaring Dragon Marquis. He stabilized his body with great difficulty. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Have you succeeded in cultivating it?" the Black Armor Marquis hurriedly asked. Everyone knew that when the Soaring Dragon Marquis was young, he had accidentally obtained an absolute art. The Soaring Dragon Marquis had only cultivated half of this absolute art before he entered the Martial Marquis role. When he cultivated it to 90%, he was already the unshakable number 1 on the Martial Marquis list. But now, his attack power was actually so powerful. The Black Armor Marquis believed that he must have successfully cultivated that ultimate art. "You are not my match." Crimson light surged around the Soaring Dragon Marquis as he said softly. Hearing the voice of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Black Armor Marquis felt powerless for the first time. Facing the current Soaring Dragon Marquis, he actually did not have the courage to make a move. After a long while, the Black Armor Marquis said loudly, "I admit defeat." When the Black Armor Marquis admitted defeat, it caused an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was too strong. Even if he were to face a first-stage condensing reality realm warrior, he would not be afraid at all. "Marquis of Soaring Dragon Marquis." For a moment, voices rang out all over the plains. They were all chanting the name of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis had become a godlike existence. With a valiant attitude, he had seized first place on the Martial Marquis list, shocking countless warriors. As expected of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. On the platform, many of the condensing reality realm warriors were also sighing. Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis was in the Chi-Hai realm, his strength had already surpassed the Chi-Hai realm. After a long while, the field gradually quieted down. They were all waiting for the referee's announcement. Finally, the judge stood out and surveyed the surroundings before he said, "This year's Martial Marquis Rankings competition." Before the referee could finish his words, he was interrupted by someone. Everyone was shocked and looked at the source of the voice. At this time, Fang Chen walked out step by step and finally walked onto the martial arts stage. Fang Chen. The condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform all cried out in surprise. At this time, Fang Chen had just come out of his closed-door training and stopped the judge from announcing. Could it be that he was also going to participate in the Martial Marquis list battle? This was especially so for Tian Jianzi. When he saw Fang Chen appear, his eyes were filled with excitement. "Sorry, I'm late. The competition for the Martial Marquis rankings hasn't ended yet, right? Can I participate?" Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked the king. Hearing this, the king looked at everyone on the VIP platform. Seeing everyone nod their heads, he said, "Fang Chen, as the Heaven Sword son of the Reverent Sword Sect, you can naturally participate. The competition for the Martial Marquis rankings hasn't ended yet, but because you're late, you can directly find a Martial Marquis rankings expert to challenge. If you win, you'll enter the Martial Marquis list." Hearing the king's words, Fang Chen nodded his head. Then, His deep eyes looked towards the resting area of the Marquis rankings. Some of the Marquis rankings lower their heads one after another. They were afraid that Fang Chen would challenge them. And some of the Marquis rankings higher up had fearless faces. They did not believe that Fang Chen had the strength to challenge them. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Chen. They wanted to see who Fang Chen was going to challenge. I want to challenge. Fang Chen looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the soaring Marquis. He loudly said, "Soaring Marquis." When Fang Chen said the word soaring Marquis, the entire plains went into an uproar. Countless cultivators were endlessly shocked. Fang Chen, Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng also felt that Fang Chen was a bit reckless. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Arrogant, truly an arrogant fellow. He actually dares to challenge the soaring Marquis. Isn't that just courting death? Although the soaring Marquis is not a match for the profound armor Marquis, he's still not someone Fang Chen can compare to. Does he think that just because he's the Heaven Sword son of the Reverent Sword sect, he can be so arrogant? PH, I want to see just how he'll be trampled by the soaring Marquis. On the plains, many dissatisfied voices rang out. They felt that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Although Fang Chen's name could be heard everywhere in the Golden Crown Nation, the soaring Marquis was an expert of the older generation on the martial Marquis list. His strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. On the platform, Tian Zhenzi's face revealed a worried expression. He looked at Fang Chen. He also felt that the latter was a bit impulsive. As for the other condensing reality experts, they looked at Fang Chen with interest. Knowing that Fang Chen wanted to challenge him, the soaring Marquis's eyes surged with killing intent. He said, "A piece of trash dares to challenge me?" Originally, the soaring Marquis was not a match for the profound armor Marquis. He was filled with anger. Now that he was challenged by a nobody, he became even more furious. On the martial stage, the referee asked again in disbelief, "Fang Chen, are you sure you want to challenge the soaring Marquis?" "Correct, unless he doesn't dare to accept the challenge." Fang Chen's words once again caused a wave of ridicule. Unless he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Everyone looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. He was actually able to say such childish words. Good, very good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a young person. The soaring Marquis suddenly stood up and walked onto the martial stage. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "I don't dare to accept the challenge. I'm afraid there isn't a cultivator that I don't dare to accept the challenge in the Golden Crown Nation." Fang Chen did not pay attention to the crowd's ridicule. He knew that in a moment, they would realize just how stupid their ridicule was. With my personality, I wouldn't be so ostentatious. Fang Chen suddenly said to himself, but if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for bullying the weak for no reason and injuring Xiahou Wu. He's just an ant. For me, the soaring Marquis, to injure him is his honor. The soaring Marquis sneered, not placing Xiahou Wu in his eyes. The soaring Marquis was ranked third on the martial Marquis list. Other than the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis, no one else was his match. How could he place a martial Marquis ranked 53rd on the martial Marquis list in his eyes? If you think others are ants, then aren't you also an ant? Fang Chen smiled. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu was moved. But at the same time, he was worried about Fang Chen. After all, his opponent was the soaring Marquis. On the platform, Tian Zhenzi sank into silence. Fang Chen was using his own method to obtain justice for Xiahou Wu. Am I getting old? Tian Zhenzi thought to himself. As the sect master of the Sword Reverence sect, he had to consider the big picture. So when the soaring Marquis had heavily injured Xiahou Wu, he had only stepped out to stop him. He hadn't made things difficult for the soaring Marquis. But now, hearing Fang Chen's words, his blood also began to boil. Fang Chen had not hesitated to challenge the soaring Marquis for Xiahou Wu. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? An ant just like him. The soaring Marquis was also infuriated by Fang Chen. A wild aura surged out of his body. In the martial Marquis area, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis were sitting side by side. Although the two of them had just fought, it didn't affect their conversation in the slightest. Soaring Dragon, do you think this brat has some sort of trump card? The black armor Marquis' eyes shined with a golden light as he stared at Fang Chen. He is the Sword Reverence sect's heavenly sword son. A while ago, I heard he killed the 60th ranked Black Iron Marquis. Then he disappeared for a period of time. I estimate he's in seclusion. The Soaring Dragon Marquis analyzed. For him to appear so arrogant, it seems he must have made a breakthrough. Hearing the Soaring Dragon Marquis words, the Black Armor Marquis understood. Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis had said that Fang Chen had made a breakthrough, the two of them didn't believe Fang Chen could defeat the Soaring Marquis. At such a young age, he managed to enter the Martial Marquis list. His talent isn't bad. What a pity. The Black Armor Marquis sighed. He was the clearest on the Soaring Marquis character. Currently, the Soaring Marquis was furious. Since Fang Chen had provoked him, he would definitely use thunderous methods to cripple Fang Chen. He might even kill Fang Chen. So he was sighing. A genius had died just like that. The Soaring Marquis glared at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 405. That's right, Fang Chen viewed him as an ant. After the transformation of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen's body had been transformed into an extremely powerful sword body. Moreover, Fang Chen's sword intent had reached the third minor realm. With all these reasons added together, Fang Chen was worthy of being called an invincible Qi High expert. Seeing the Soaring Marquis's eyes flashing with killing intent, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and a laughable smile appeared on his face. Little brat, I will let you know that in front of me, the Soaring Marquis, you are nothing. Seeing Fang Chen's mockery, the Soaring Marquis was furious and said coldly. In the next moment, the Soaring Marquis did not speak anymore. His body emitted an extremely wild aura, and on his fist, a lightning mark appeared. Thunderbolt Fist. The Soaring Marquis used his ultimate skill. All the strength in his body was gathered on his fist, and within his body, one could hear the sound of rolling thunder. Seeing the Soaring Marquis use the Thunderbolt Fist, many warriors on the plains were shocked. The Soaring Marquis had used a killing move like the Thunderbolt Fist right from the start. It seemed like he was very dissatisfied with Fang Chen. Senior brother Jian Feng, will Fang Chen be alright? On the plains, Xia Houwu asked worriedly. He had a good relationship with Fang Chen, and now that he felt the Soaring Marquis's powerful attack, he could not help but worry about Fang Chen. Jian Feng was also worried about Fang Chen, but the Fang Chen he knew was not a reckless person. Since Fang Chen dared to challenge the Soaring Marquis, then he should have some confidence. Junior brother Xia Houwu, don't worry. Junior brother Fang Chen should have some confidence. Jian Feng said. At this moment, all the gazes on the plains were focused on the martial arts stage. Around the Soaring Marquis's body, the wild power of thunder unceasingly emerged. On his fist, the lightning mark was extremely dense. The entire martial arts stage was filled with rolling thunder power. Fist of Thunder, Sky-breaking Fist. The Soaring Marquis tapped the ground with the tip of his foot as he leapt up and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Then, his fist, which was filled with destructive power, directly blasted towards Fang Chen. The Soaring Marquis had a sinister smile on his face. He could almost see the scene of Fang Chen being killed by his fist. Forget about the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Even trash like you dares to provoke me. You are truly courting death. The Soaring Marquis roared in a low voice as he punched out. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen stood quietly. From beginning to end, there was no trace of fear on his face. He just stood there quietly. Many of the warriors thought that Fang Chen had been scared silly by the Soaring Marquis' powerful attack. Only the Condensing Reality Realm warriors on the VIP platform were shocked to find that Fang Chen's body was surrounded by an aura that made them feel oppressed. Fang Chen's strength. The first to speak was the king of the royal family. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen suddenly moved. A hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the hidden star sword let out a series of sword cries. Fang Chen activated the sword body. The wild sword intent of the third minor realm soared into the sky. Water and fire sword art, Level 11. This was the first time Fang Chen fought an enemy after his body changed into a sword body. When Fang Chen activated the sword body, many of the condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform were shocked. Why is there such a strong sword intent in his body? Even Tian Jianzi was shocked. Fang Chen's aura is increasing. The other condensing reality realm warriors exclaimed. Crash! A sword light of water and fire shot out from within the hidden star sword. This sword light of water and fire contained an extremely majestic sword essence. Crack! The sword light of water and fire fiercely collided with the fist of the soaring Marquis. With a cracking sound, the fist of the soaring Marquis actually shattered, and blood spurted out. How is this possible? The soaring Marquis let out a miserable cry, and in the next moment, he roared in anger. Seeing this scene, all of the condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform suddenly stood up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How can Fang Chen be so strong? This sword intent is too strong. It's the strongest sword intent I've ever seen. This kid's achievements in the sword Dao are too high. With just one sword, he defeated the soaring Marquis. At this moment, all of the condensing reality realm warriors finally understood why Fang Chen challenged the soaring Marquis. He was not blindly challenging him, he had a hidden trump card. This was the first time he had used his full strength in front of everyone, and it directly shocked all of the warriors. After being hit by Fang Chen's water and fire sword art, the soaring Marquis' fist was badly mutilated. He screamed miserably, his heart filled with anger. I don't believe it. The soaring Marquis roared in anger. Enduring the pain, he once again used the Thunder Fist, wanting to defeat Fang Chen. He was the third ranker on the Martial Marquis list, but he was defeated by a nobody. He was not willing to accept this. Wind and Cloud Sky Extinguishing Scripture. Fang Chen glanced at the soaring Marquis and used the Wind and Cloud Sky Extinguishing Scripture. His big hand directly stretched out and instantly suppressed the soaring Marquis. Crack! The bones in the soaring Marquis' body creaked. He screamed miserably. At this moment, a trace of fear actually appeared in his heart. At this moment, in the resting area of the Marquis, the faces of many warriors were filled with shock. Especially the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis. His strength. The soaring dragon Marquis was the strongest among all the Marquis. Naturally, he could sense Fang Chen's strength. At this moment, his heart was filled with a complicated expression. The strength that Fang Chen had displayed in the battle with the soaring Marquis was not weaker than his. What was laughable was that he had previously thought that Fang Chen would be defeated by the soaring Marquis. It seems that we have underestimated him. This kid's attack is too strong. Even the black armor Marquis, who was known for his defense, did not have much confidence in facing Fang Chen's attack. At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis had completely approved of Fang Chen. Crack! Fang Chen's large hand was suppressing the soaring Marquis. He directly threw the soaring Marquis onto the martial arts arena. His entire body was in a sorry state, covered in blood. Fang Chen, have mercy. The person who spoke was the king of the imperial family. Seeing the soaring Marquis being suppressed by Fang Chen, the king spoke. No matter how it was said, the soaring Marquis was still an expert of their Golden Crown nation. If he was suppressed to death by Fang Chen, it would be their Golden Crown nation's loss. Hearing the king's words, Fang Chen suddenly withdrew his hand. His aura instantly vanished and the martial stage returned to normal. The only shocking thing was that the soaring Marquis was lying on the martial stage. His aura was weak and he was heavily injured. The soaring Marquis's eyes were filled with pain. He was unable to accept this reality. He had been defeated by such a young martial artist. Help the soaring Marquis down, said the king softly. Immediately, several imperial guards came up to help the soaring Marquis away. After helping the soaring Marquis away, the king's eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Chen. He walked step by step towards the martial stage and said, Fang Chen, your strength has exceeded our expectations. Do you still want to challenge him? Asked the king. Fang Chen slightly shook his head. Right now, he didn't really care about the martial Marquis ranking. The reason he challenged the soaring marquis was to take revenge for Xiahou Wu. Hearing this, the king nodded and said, "Then, from now on, you are the Golden Crown Nation's martial marquis ranking third." Ha ha ha, Tian Zhenzi, congratulations to your sword sect for having such a heaven-defying disciple. The other condensing reality experts all congratulated him. Tian Zhenzi was full of smiles as he looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Fang Chen, since you've entered the martial marquis ranking, you should have a title. Have you thought about it?" Hearing Tian Zhenzi's question, Fang Chen was stunned. He really hadn't thought about it. Brother Fang is so young, but his strength is so strong. Moreover, Brother Fang's accomplishments in the Sword Dao are something ordinary people can't compare to. How about we call him Sword Marquis? On the plains, the soaring dragon Marquis grinned. Sword Marquis isn't bad, the King of Swords. Sword Marquis is very suitable for Brother Fang. The Black Armor Marquis smiled. Fang Chen, Sword Marquis, what do you think? Tian Zhenzi smiled. Fang Chen nodded and said, "All right. Sword Marquis." This was Fang Chen's title on the Martial Marquis ranking. At this point, the Martial Marquis ranking battle had completely ended. The Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Black Armor Marquis, and the Sword Marquis were all in the top 3. Although the Marquis performances were very dazzling, in front of the top 3, they were completely overshadowed. On the plains, countless warriors were paying attention to the top 3 Marquis. They represented the strongest Qi High Realm existences in the Golden Crown Nation. I once said that the top 3 of this year's Martial Marquis ranking will represent our Golden Crown Nation and enter the Southern Mountain Range. The king lightly said. Hearing this, even the Soaring Dragon Marquis' face revealed a trace of seriousness. At their level, the Golden Crown Nation was no longer their stage. They urgently wanted to enter the Southern Mountain Range. And this time, it was the best opportunity to do so. Although at your level, you can also enter the Southern Mountain Range yourselves, but if you enter the Southern Mountain Range as a representative of the Golden Crown Nation, you can directly join a large sect. For you, this is an extremely important matter. The king said. Fang Chen and the others naturally understood that they were unfamiliar with the Southern Mountain Range. If they went to the Southern Mountain Range, they would have to start all over again. They would also have to compete with others for resources. In the Southern Mountain Range, there were many strong warriors. If they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. If they had the protection of a sect, it would be much safer. Moreover, they would be able to cultivate faster. In half a month, the imperial family will escort you to the Southern Mountain Range. You should go back and prepare. The king said to the 3 of them. As for the rest of you, as long as you work hard, the imperial family will definitely provide you with endless resources. At this moment, Fang Chen clenched his fists as he thought to himself. Chapter 406. Starting from a small sect in the small Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chen had relied on his own efforts to reach where he was now. He no longer needed to look up to the big country that he used to look up to. The Martial Marquis list that he used to look up to. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could become the number 1 on the list anytime. Although the journey was tough, Fang Chen's strength increased very quickly. After coming to the Golden Crown Nation for 3 years, the 17-year-old Fang Chen had become a 20-year-old young man. If the big sect in the Southern Mountain Land knew that Fang Chen was the number 1 Qi High warrior, they would definitely go crazy to snatch him. The royal family gave them half a month to prepare. After half a month, they would head to the Southern Mountain Land. After the Martial Marquis list battle ended, most of the warriors in the imperial capital had left. The bustling imperial capital suddenly became a lot quieter. Fang Chen followed Tian Zhenzi back to the Sword State City. Fang Chen, in this half a month, you should take a good rest. Tian Zhenzi looked at Fang Chen and said with a gratified face. Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. The sword-worshipping sect was now on the right track. Although it was still far from its peak, with the leadership of the condensing reality realm warrior Tian Zhenzi, it would definitely become one of the 9 2-star sects in the Golden Crown Nation. In the next half a month, Fang Chen did not cultivate too much. He had reached a bottleneck and could not break through for now. One day, Tian Zhenzi came to Fang Chen's courtyard. Sect leader. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, Fang Chen, in a few days, you will be heading to the southern mountain land. Tian Zhenzi said slowly, there are countless powerful people in the southern mountain land. It's not something that the tiny Golden Crown country can compare to. In the southern mountain land, it's best to join a sect. That way, your cultivation will be much faster. I know. Fang Chen nodded. Having been in the ancient sword continent for so long, Fang Chen had a relatively good understanding of the ancient sword continent. The vast ancient sword continent had a total of 3 continents, the sky continent, the 5 elements continent, and the demon continent. These 3 continents occupied the entire ancient sword continent. The place where Fang Chen was located was just a small place in the 5 elements province. The 3 great prefectures were extremely vast. Among them, the 5 elements prefecture was the most vast. Because the 5 elements prefecture was vast, it was divided into the 4 great ridges of the north, south, east, and west. The Golden Crown Nation, where Fang Chen was from, was just a big country in the southern mountains. In the entire southern mountains, there were many big countries like the Golden Crown Nation, as well as countless small countries. The sect's forces in the southern mountain range are very complicated. You must be careful when you enter the southern mountain range, Tian Zhenzi said in a low voice. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master, said Fang Chen. After you enter the southern mountain land, if you have the chance, you can go to the famed sword sect and look for a sword cultivator called Jian Hoarder, Tian Zhenzi suddenly said. Famed sword sect. Jian Hoarder. Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. Strictly speaking, Jian Hoarder is your senior apprentice brother. He is a disciple of my reverence sword sect. 6 years ago, he left the reverence sword sect and went to the southern mountain range. In these 6 years, news of him has only been sent back to the reverence sword sect once. That was when he joined the famed sword sect. After that, there was no news of him. The famed sword sect is considered one of the more powerful sects in the southern mountain range. With Jian Hoarder's talent, he'll definitely become a core disciple very quickly. If my guess is correct, he should be a core disciple of the famed sword sect by now. If you can find him, you'll have someone to take care of you in the southern mountain range, continued Tian Zhenzi. Fang Chen nodded. He made a mental note of Jian Hoarder. If he had the chance, he would definitely go look for him. Tian Zhenzi chatted with Fang Chen for a while longer before leaving. As the reverence sword sect's Tian Zhenzi, he would always go out to train. Only through life and death situations could he grow. If the current Fang Chen stayed in the Golden Crown country, there wouldn't be any challenge for him. His strength would stagnate, so he had to go to the southern mountain range. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go to the southern mountain range. On this day, Fang Chen used the transfer array to go to the imperial capital and entered the imperial city. At this time, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis had already arrived. The king of the imperial family was also present. Fang Chen, you're here. Seeing Fang Chen arrive, the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis smiled and greeted Fang Chen. This is your medallion. Once you enter the southern mountain range, you can go to Leaning Water City and join the Baron sect. The king of the imperial family handed over the medallions and smiled. Finally, the king of the imperial family told the 3 of them about the things they needed to take note of when entering the southern mountain range. Then, he activated the transfer array. You are the geniuses of the Golden Crown country. No matter what, the Golden Crown country will be your backing. The king of the imperial family said in a deep voice. The 3 of them bade farewell to the king and entered the transfer array. This transfer array was the highest grade transfer array in the Golden Crown country. This transfer array was also the only link between the Golden Crown country and the southern mountain range. Because the transfer array was very important, it had always been controlled by the imperial family of the Golden Crown country. Normally, the transfer array would not be activated. However, this time, for Fang Chen and the other 2, an exception was made to activate the transfer array. I hope the 3 of you can make a name for yourselves in the southern mountain range. Seeing the transfer array being activated, the king of the imperial family stared at the transfer array with his deep eyes and said softly, "Crash." A white light flashed and the three of them felt their vision turn white. Then, the world started to spin. It was as if they had entered an endless darkness. Fang Chen and the other two's bodies started to float uncontrollably. After a while, the white light stopped. Fang Chen and the other two opened their eyes. The transfer array had stopped. "You guys, come out quickly." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Fang Chen and the other two raised their heads and saw a guard standing in front of the transfer array. The guard's face was very serious. He opened the door of the transfer array and said coldly to Fang Chen and the other two. Fang Chen and the other two nodded and walked out of the transfer array. "This is the Southern Mountain Range." Fang Chen looked around and couldn't help but sigh. The Ling Qi in the air here was much denser than in the Golden Crown country. Moreover, the guard just now was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Even the guard of the transfer array is so strong. Fang Chen thought to himself. The Southern Mountain Range was a place where the geniuses of countless countries gathered. Those who could enter the Southern Mountain Range were all monstrous geniuses. The guard looked at Fang Chen and the other two and knew that it was their first time in the Southern Mountain Range. "The three of you, is this your first time in the Southern Mountain Range?" The guard looked at the three and asked. Fang Chen and the other two nodded. The guard said, "This is the border of the Southern Mountain Range, Spirit Heart City. It is very safe within Spirit Heart City, but once you leave Spirit Heart City, it will be very dangerous. Take care of yourselves." As the guard of the transfer array, he could see warriors coming to the Southern Mountain Range for the first time almost every day. But they didn't know the dangers of the Southern Mountain Range and would often leave Spirit Heart City without careful consideration. In the Southern Mountain Land, other than the cities, the wilderness was extremely dangerous. There were even powerful martial artists who would rob in the dark. After Fang Chen and the other two heard the guard's words, they nodded and left the transfer array. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do we do next? The Black Armor Marquis looked at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and asked. Although the Sword Marquis was very strong, he wasn't as old as the Soaring Dragon Marquis. So the Black Armor Marquis still followed the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis pondered for a moment and said, "We've just arrived in the Southern Mountain Range and aren't familiar with the situation here. Let's stay in Spirit Heart City for now. Once we've completely understood the situation here, we'll head to Leaning Water City." Hearing this, the Black Armor Marquis and the Sword Marquis Fang Chen nodded. After that, Fang Chen and the other two walked together and arrived at an extremely bustling inn in Spirit Heart City. After Fang Chen and the other two sat down, the waiter walked over with a smile and asked, "Dear guests, what would you like to order?" "Give me a portion of your restaurant's specialty dishes," said the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The waiter looked at Fang Chen and the other two and said, "You three must be new here. Why do you ask?" Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little puzzled and asked. "Our Kulaifu Inn is the most famous inn in Spirit Heart City. Our inn's expenses are very high. If we follow your request and order a portion of our restaurant's specialty dishes, it will cost at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones," reminded the waiter softly. As the waiter of Kulaifu Inn, he received cultivators every day. There were many cultivators who came to the Southern Mountain Range for the first time and didn't understand these things. They randomly ordered wine and dishes and didn't have the money to pay in the end. So the waiter reminded them in advance. Hearing the waiter's words, Fang Chen and the other two sighed inwardly. As expected of the Southern Mountain Range, the spirit stones needed to eat a meal was equivalent to an ordinary person's annual income. "Don't worry, we have plenty of spirit stones. Give us a portion of each dish and a jug of your restaurant's good wine," said Fang Chen. "Okay, please wait a moment." Hearing this, the waiter laughed and left. As expected of the Southern Mountain Range, a meal costs 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The Black Armor Marquis couldn't help but sigh. Yes, although 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is nothing to us, some ordinary cultivators can't afford it. The Soaring Dragon Marquis also sighed. This Spirit Heart City is only a peripheral city of the Southern Mountain Range. What if it was the core city of the Southern Mountain Range? Fang Chen said. In a short while, the dishes were all served. This was the first time Fang Chen and the other two had come to the southern mountain range. They were very happy and the three of them happily drank. However, just as the three of them were happily eating and drinking, suddenly, a roar was heard in the inn. Hearing this voice, countless cultivators in the inn immediately stood up and quickly left the inn. Immediately after, a burly man walked in from outside the inn. Beside him were a few subordinates. The burly man had a scar on his face and his whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. The burly man looked around and saw that Fang Chen and the other two were still sitting there. He roared angrily, "This inn is reserved by me. Hurry up and get out of here." Just as the burly man was roaring at Fang Chen and the other two, a cultivator suddenly appeared beside the burly man silently. "Mph, you didn't even ask around. How dare you come to my Kulaifu Inn and behave so atrociously?" The middle-aged cultivator snorted coldly. He clenched his fist and directly grabbed the burly man's collar. With a shake of his wrist, the burly man was flung out of the inn. "This is just a lesson. The next time you cause trouble, your life will end here." After the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he turned and left. The inn instantly quieted down. Seeing this, Fang Chen and the other two exchanged glances. The middle-aged man who had just attacked was a condensing reality realm cultivator. Chapter 407. Kulaifu Inn was one of the most famous inns in the Spirit Heart City. It had a strong background, which made countless warriors not dare to cause trouble here. The tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now was obviously new to the Spirit Heart City, and did not know the rules here. After being cleaned up by the middle-aged man, the inn returned to its peaceful state. Fang Chen and the other two continued to drink. After about an hour, Fang Chen and the other two finally had their fill. Then, they went to pay the bill. At first, the Soaring Dragon Marquis wanted to pay the bill, but Fang Chen beat him to it. "Brother Fang, you are so mean. This meal was supposed to be my treat, but you secretly paid for it." The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked at Fang Chen and laughed. Hearing this, Fang Chen and the Black Armor Marquis both laughed. After the three walked out of Kulaifu Inn, they bumped into the tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now. When the tall and sturdy man saw Fang Chen and the other two walk out, his face was filled with anger. "You three little bastards." The tall and sturdy man was a genius from a big country in the southern mountain land. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm, and he was invincible among the younger generation of the big country. He came to the southern mountain land with great ambition, and also teleported to the Spirit Heart City. When he was in the big country, the tall and sturdy man's character was very irritable. After coming to the Spirit Heart City, he did not restrain himself at all. That was why there was that farce in Kulaifu Inn. The tall and sturdy man was thrown out by the condensing reality realm warrior of Kulaifu Inn. He felt that he had lost a lot of face, but he did not dare to cause trouble for Kulaifu Inn. He could only vent his anger on Fang Chen and the other two. "Stop right there." The tall and sturdy man saw that Fang Chen and the other two ignored him. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Fang Chen and the other two, and said coldly, "En." Fang Chen and the other two were blocked by the tall and sturdy man. They raised their eyebrows slightly, and their faces were a little unhappy. "What? You don't dare to challenge a condensing reality realm warrior, and only dare to bully a Qi High realm warrior?" The Soaring Dragon Marquis sneered and mocked. "Do the three of you want to die?" roared the burly man. "You want to kill the three of us? How naive." The Black Armor Marquis sneered. The three of them were invincible within the Qi High realm. A warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm dared to challenge them. If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, the tall and sturdy man would have died long ago. "If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, I would definitely teach you a lesson," the burly man roared furiously. "You should be glad that this is Spirit Heart City," Fang Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them turned around and left. The burly man's face was filled with anger as he watched Fang Chen and the other two leave. Fang Chen and the other two temporarily stayed in the Spirit Heart City. As they stayed, they also learned about the situation in the southern mountain land. On a certain day, Fang Chen and the other two were strolling on the streets. Suddenly, Many cultivators rushed to the plaza like a flood. Is there something going on in front? Fang Chen was confused and asked. Let's go and have a look, said the black armor Marquis. Soon after, the three of them followed the majority of the warriors and arrived at the plaza. At this moment, there was an arena in the plaza. On the arena stood a young warrior. This young warrior's body was filled with killing intent. Who else is there? The young warrior's voice was very heavy and cold. Fang Chen and the other two were a little confused. They immediately asked the warriors next to them. Soon, the three of them knew. I see, Fang Chen heard and nodded slightly. In the southern mountain land, fights were prohibited within the cities. However, there were many warriors in the cities, and conflicts were inevitable. Therefore, there was an arena here. Not only could the arena resolve the enmity between two people, but it could also allow warriors to challenge each other. The warrior who stepped onto the arena first was called the Arena Guardian. The other warriors could challenge the Arena Guardian at will. As long as a warrior could win 10 battles, they would receive a reward from the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, this arena was the only place in the Spirit Heart City where people could fight. Who else is there? The young warrior standing on the arena had a fierce look on his face. There was a trace of blood on his body. He had come here to resolve a personal grudge with a warrior. After his enemy was killed, he began to defend the arena. Several warriors had already stepped onto the arena to challenge him, but they were all defeated by him. 4 consecutive victories. As long as he won 6 more battles, he would receive a reward from the City Lord's mansion. It was said that the City Lord's mansion's rewards were very generous. Crash. Just as this cultivator finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked onto the stage. Fang Chen and the other two exchanged glances when they saw this. This burly man was the one who had spoken rudely to them before. Let me end your winning streak, roared the burly man. As soon as the burly man stepped onto the arena, he began fighting with the young warrior from before. After a fierce battle, the burly man won. A wild smile appeared on the burly man's face. He looked around and suddenly noticed Fang Chen and the other two. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Fang Chen and the other two. You 3 grandsons, do you dare to step onto the arena? Roared the burly man in front of all the warriors. Fang Chen and the other two's expressions changed. The explosive black armor Marquis directly charged onto the arena. Son of a bitch, you finally dare to step onto the arena, sneered the burly man. You're courting death. The black armor Marquis' strength was one of the best in the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. In the face of the burly man's provocation, the black armor Marquis was furious. Black armor shield. The black armor Marquis roared and used the black armor shield. A layer of black light appeared around his body. As soon as this layer of light appeared, the black armor Marquis' defense was raised to the extreme. In the next instant, the black armor Marquis clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He directly punched the burly man. The burly man's face was filled with a mocking smile. However, just as the black armor Marquis' fist landed on the burly man's body, a trace of fear finally appeared on the burly man's face. Ah! The burly man let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying out of the arena by the black armor Marquis' fist. Trash! The black armor Marquis sneered. The black armor Marquis easily defeated the burly man, causing countless warriors to be shocked. It had to be known that Spirit Heart City was located at the edge of the southern mountain land. Therefore, the warriors here weren't as strong as those in the core cities of the southern mountain land. The burly man's strength was already considered pretty good among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. He didn't expect that this warrior in front of him would actually send the black armor Marquis flying with a single punch. Let me have a go at you. Following that, the younger generation of warriors continued to challenge the black armor Marquis. After a series of fierce battles, the black armor Marquis won 9 consecutive battles. After 9 consecutive victories, the 10th person to enter the arena finally caused a commotion in the entire plaza. Li Jinghong, I didn't think that Li Jinghong would come to this place. Someone exclaimed. Li Jinghong was one of the top warriors among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. His strength and cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. According to legends, Li Jinghong had once killed a warrior who was half a step into the true condensation realm. He even managed to retreat safely from a first-level true condensation realm warrior. Seeing Li Jinghong enter the arena, many warriors were shocked. "Your strength is not bad. You are worthy of my challenge." Li Jinghong smiled and said, "I hope that you won't disappoint me." The black armor marquis squinted his eyes and looked at Li Jinghong as he said in a low voice. Xiao Li Jinghong's wrist shook and a stream of spirit qi shot out towards the black armor marquis. Being caught off guard, the black armor marquis' body was hit by the spirit qi stream. Fortunately, the black armor marquis' defense was very strong and it wasn't a big deal. His defense is so strong. Seeing that the black armor marquis was unharmed, Li Jinghong's face revealed a trace of surprise. Soon after, he used an even more powerful attack. Below the arena, Fang Chen and the soaring dragon marquis were watching the battle between the black armor marquis and Li Jinghong. "This Li Jinghong's strength is similar to mine. The black armor marquis is not his opponent," the soaring dragon marquis said. Fang Chen nodded. The soaring dragon marquis was right. This Li Jinghong's strength was very tyrannical. The black armor marquis relied on his defense and was unable to fight against him. As expected, after a fierce battle, the black armor marquis was defeated. However, although the black armor marquis lost, he still posed a considerable threat to Li Jinghong. "Your defense is very strong. I wonder if you are interested in coming to my residence for a chat." Li Jinghong looked at the black armor marquis and said with a smile, "Not interested." The black armor marquis said directly. Li Jinghong was startled. His invitation had been directly refused by someone without even thinking about it. "Brother, I am Li Jinghong. If you are willing to come to my residence for a chat, perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise," Li Jinghong said. The black armor marquis was just about to refuse when he suddenly heard Fang Chen's voice. He nodded and said, "Sure, but I want to bring 2 of my good friends." The black armor marquis's acceptance of Li Jinghong's request caused a trace of joy to appear on Li Jinghong's face. He looked at Fang Chen and the soaring dragon marquis. Although he was unwilling, he still agreed. "All right," said Li Jinghong. After that, Fang Chen and the other 2 followed Li Jinghong and left. On the way, the black armor marquis was puzzled. He secretly asked, "Brother Fang, why did you want me to accept Li Jinghong's invitation? Spirit Heart City is very far from Water Leaning City. The journey is too dangerous. Perhaps we can borrow Li Jinghong to leave Spirit Heart City and go to Water Leaning City." Fang Chen secretly transmitted his voice. "Oh, Brother Fang, what did you discover?" asked the soaring dragon marquis. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Jinghong walking at the very front. He secretly transmitted his voice. "The cultivation technique Li Jinghong just used is very similar to the divine statue shocking the heavens. I suspect that Li Jinghong is a disciple of the divine statue sect." In the past few days in Spirit Heart City, Fang Chen had been flipping through the history books of the Southern Mountain Range. He had learned a lot, and the one that caught his attention was the divine statue sect's divine statue shocking the heavens cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was extremely famous in the Southern Mountain Range. Fang Chen intentionally glanced at it a few more times. And the divine statue sect seemed to be in Water Leaning City. Although he had never heard of Li Jinghong being a disciple of the divine statue sect, his cultivation technique was very similar to divine statue shocking the heavens. Chapter 408. According to Fang Chen's guess, Li Jinghong's strength was about the same as the soaring dragon marquis. He wasn't a threat to him, so he dared to follow Li Jinghong. Li Jinghong's appearance shocked countless martialists on the square. After Li Jinghong left, countless cultivators' eyes were filled with envy. Those 3 lucky fellows had actually caught Li Jinghong's eye. They were really lucky. Especially the burly man who had a grudge with Fang Chen's group. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. Why did he provoke those 3 in the first place? Not long after, Li Jinghong brought the 3 of them to a secluded courtyard in Spirit Heart City. "Sit." Li Jinghong pointed at a few stone benches in the center of the courtyard and smiled. Li Jinghong had just returned when a servant came out to pour tea. Fang Chen's group didn't hesitate and directly sat on the stone benches. "Why have you called us here?" the black armor Marquis asked. "No, I'm just looking for you," Li Jinghong said. "Right now, there's an opportunity in front of you. If you're willing, you can obtain this opportunity." "What opportunity?" the black armor Marquis asked. "An opportunity to join a large sect." Li Jinghong smiled mysteriously. "What sect?" the black armor Marquis continued to ask. Li Jinghong shook his head slightly. He wasn't willing to say too much. He looked at the black armor Marquis and said, "There's still some distance from here to Leaning Water City. You need to leave Spirit Heart City alone and go to Leaning Water City. If you can reach the condensing reality realm before you reach Leaning Water City, I'll appear at that time and you can join my sect." Hearing Li Jinghong's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed his guess was correct. Li Jinghong was a disciple of the Divine Statue sect. Could it be that Li Jinghong said this to recruit disciples for the Divine Statue sect? Li Jinghong didn't want to reveal which sect he was in. He only told the Black Armor Marquis to go to the Luoshui city alone. Only those who reached the condensing reality realm before reaching the Luoshui city could join Li Jinghong's sect. The sect that I'm in is considered one of the most powerful sects in the entire southern mountain range. If you rely on your own efforts, I'm afraid you won't be able to join it in your lifetime, Li Jinghong said. The reason why I was sent to Spirit Heart City was to complete a mission and recruit talented disciples to join the sect, Li Jinghong said. The Black Armor Marquis nodded and said, "Let me think about it." Crash A command token appeared in Li Jinghong's hand, and he passed it to the Black Armor Marquis and said, "This is my identity token. You can use this command token to look for me once you arrive at Leaning Water City." After speaking, Li Jinghong disappeared and left. From beginning to end, he did not even glance at Fang Chen and the Soaring Dragon Marquis, directly ignoring the two of them. "Me." The Black Armor Marquis still wanted to say something, but Li Jinghong had already left, leaving the Black Armor Marquis speechless. The Black Armor Marquis turned to look at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fang Chen, and said, "It seems that Li Jinghong has not discovered the strength of the two of you. It doesn't matter. We're heading to Leaning Water City anyway. Once we arrive at Leaning Water City, we can join the Baron sect." Fang Chen did not care about joining the Baron sect. "That's right. Our goal is Leaning Water City," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Soon after, the three of them returned to the inn. After resting for a day, the three of them bought a map of the southern mountain range and prepared to head to Leaning Water City. On this day, Fang Chen and the other two left Spiritual Heart City early in the morning and appeared outside Spiritual Heart City. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked around and said, "In the southern mountain range, it's safe within the city. However, it's extremely dangerous outside the city. Let's leave quickly." Soon after, the three of them quickly left Spiritual Heart City. However, what the three of them did not know was that as soon as they walked out of Spiritual Heart City, they were targeted by some warriors. "Third brother," 3 people came out. They seemed to be young warriors. A one-eyed middle-aged man said to a warrior beside him. 3 young warriors, how strong are they?" The warrior called second brother asked. "They didn't fly, they just walked. They definitely haven't reached the condensing reality realm. At most, they're at the 9th level of the Qi High realm," the one-eyed middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. 3 Qi High realm warriors, get ready to attack." The second brother muttered to himself for a moment and said. In the blink of an eye, the sun was high in the sky and the temperature in the air was extremely high. Fang Chen and the other two had already walked for an entire morning and were far away from Spiritual Heart City. However, in this entire morning, the three of them did not encounter anything. This allowed the three of them to relax a lot. It seems that the wilderness is not as dangerous as they said. The Black Armor Marquis grinned. "It's better to be careful," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen finished his words, a sinister smile suddenly appeared from the darkness. Immediately after, more than 10 warriors appeared in front of Fang Chen and the other two. At this moment, Fang Chen and the other two were in a wasteland. There was no one within 100 miles of them. 3 little bastards, Leave your treasures behind and I can spare your lives. A one-eyed middle-aged man looked at the three of them and sneered. That's right, you're lucky to have met us. We only want wealth, not lives. The second brother grinned. Fang Chen and the other two saw these bandits and stopped. The soaring dragon Marquis took a step forward and looked at the bandits. He said coldly, if you want to steal our treasures, let's see if you have the ability. Hearing the soaring dragon Marquis words, the one-eyed middle-aged man was furious. His body flashed and appeared in front of the soaring dragon Marquis. He started to attack him fiercely. Bang bang bungas. Soon as they exchanged blows, the soaring dragon Marquis discovered that the one-eyed middle-aged man's strength was not as good as his own. You're courting death. The soaring dragon Marquis displayed a fierce attack that was incomparably overbearing. After a fierce battle, he killed the one-eyed middle-aged man with a single punch. Third brother. Seeing the one-eyed middle-aged man killed by the soaring dragon Marquis, the second brother did not have time to save him. He looked at the one-eyed middle-aged man lying on the ground, his face filled with anger. I will take revenge for my third brother. You all must die. The second brother was furious. An extremely wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, a huge axe appeared above the second brother's head. This huge axe was filled with an extremely wild aura. Dharma idol, the Dharma idol of a condensing reality realm warrior. Seeing the huge Dharma idol axe above the bandits' heads, the soaring dragon Marquis frowned. At this moment, the black armor Marquis and Fang Chen also attacked. Attack together. Fang Chen shouted and the three of them attacked together. The three of them were at the peak of the Qi High realm. If they attacked together, even a martial artist at the first level of the condensing reality realm would not be able to defeat them. Water and fire sword technique. Fang Chen displayed the 11th level of the water and fire sword technique. The powerful sword body was activated and the sword intent of the third minor realm instantly gushed out. Xiu, the second brother, was attacking the soaring dragon Marquis when he suddenly suffered the attack of Fang Chen's sword light. His figure instantly retreated and the pressure on the soaring dragon Marquis decreased. Let's end this quickly. After all, this was the bandits' territory. Once they were blocked by powerful bandits, they would be in danger. Go to hell. The black armor Marquis activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. He directly appeared in front of the second brother and blocked the second brother's attack. Poochie. After being hit by the second brother, the black armor Marquis spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he endured it in the end and desperately blocked the second brother's attack. Seeing this, Fang Chen and the soaring dragon Marquis simultaneously displayed a tyrannical and fierce attack, directly bombarding the second brother's body. Crack! One of the second brother's arms was cut off by Fang Chen's sword. He let out a miserable cry. At the same time, the other arm of the second brother was shattered by the soaring dragon Marquis punch. I'll kill you all. The second brother was extremely angry. He controlled the giant axe and attacked Fang Chen and the other two with all his might. Sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. Fang Chen displayed the sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. At the same time, he also displayed the 11th level of the water and fire sword technique. The soaring dragon Marquis also did the same. He used all his strength and displayed his most tyrannical attack. Crack! The three of them combined their attacks and directly shattered the second brother's giant axe. Poochie! The giant axe shattered and the second brother spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak and his vitality was disappearing. I can't accept this. The second brother would never have dreamed that he, a condensing reality stage warrior, would be killed by 3 Qi high stage warriors. Crack! The giant axe completely shattered and the second brother's body instantly fell to the ground. Let's go! Fang Chen yelled in a low voice. The three of them instantly disappeared from the wasteland. Not long after Fang Chen and the other two left, some bandits discovered that their leader had died. This news was then sent back to the bandits' territory. The leader of the bandits' territory was a second condensing reality realm warrior. His name was Wu He. He was originally a disciple of a sect. However, because he violated the sect's rules, he was expelled from the sect. He did not want to accept this, so he became a bandit. His days here were very leisurely. All the warriors who passed by had to pay him a toll. When Wu He heard that the second brother and the third brother had died, he was extremely angry. He immediately rushed to the scene of the battle. After seeing the injuries of the second brother and the third brother, his face became extremely serious. The one who killed the second brother was a Qi High Realm warrior. Wu He said with a gloomy voice. This was because he could only smell the aura of the second brother's Dharma idol in the air. There was no aura of other Dharma idols. In other words, the one who killed the second brother was either a powerful condensing reality realm warrior who did not even release his Dharma idol. There was another possibility, which was that it was a group of top Qi High Realm warriors. After analyzing the situation, Wu He believed that the one who killed the second brother was a Qi High Realm warrior. He saw that the second brother's body was covered with wounds. It seemed like the battle was very intense. If it was a powerful condensing reality realm warrior, he would not even need to release his Dharma idol. He could have easily killed the second brother with a single attack. Search with all your might, Wu He said with a gloomy voice. Right at this moment, a human shadow rushed in front of Wu He. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that person. Chapter 409. What are you doing here? Wu He was in a fit of anger. Seeing the fantasy yin martial Marquis arrive, he asked with a gloomy voice. Master Wu He, the Guardian asked me to bring you a message. He wants you to quickly find some 9th level Qi High warriors and send them over. The fantasy yin martial Marquis said respectfully. The world only knew that the fantasy yin martial Marquis had disappeared from the Golden Crown Nation, but they didn't know that he had already come to the southern mountain land to work for the Guardian. I will. Wu He said coldly. If that's the case, then I will take my leave. The fantasy yin martial Marquis said, then turned and left. The death of Wu his brothers made him extremely angry. 100 miles outside of the Spirit Heart City was sealed off by Wu his men. They were searching for Fang Chen and the other two. At this moment, Fang Chen and the other two hurriedly walked for 3 hours and arrived at a mountain range. They thought that they were out of danger. Let's rest for a while, Fang Chen said. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis nodded, and sat cross-legged on a small hill. There are too many powerful warriors in the southern mountain land. Even condensing reality realm warriors have become bandits. The black armor Marquis sighed. In the Golden Crown Nation, condensing reality realm warriors were already considered top warriors. But in the southern mountain land, condensing reality realm warriors were willing to become bandits. This is the southern mountain land. The competition is too fierce. The higher the cultivation level, the more resources you need. Without resources, you can only become bandits. The soaring dragon Marquis said with deep feelings. We killed the second leader of the bandit group, which will definitely make the head leader angry. With our current strength, killing a first-level condensing reality realm warrior will not be a problem. But if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, it will be dangerous. Fang Chen said. We must be careful on the way to the water city. But we also need to train harder. As long as we reach the first level of the condensing reality realm, even if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, we will be able to escape safely. The soaring dragon Marquis said. When they were in the Golden Crown Nation, they were the top 3 warriors in the martial Marquis list. But when they came to the southern mountain land, there were many warriors that were stronger than them. The difference between the condensing reality realm and the Qi High realm was too big. Therefore, only the top 10 warriors in the martial Marquis list could challenge a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. However, it was only a challenge. It was still very difficult to actually kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. If the soaring dragon Marquis and the other two did not join hands, it would be very difficult for a Qi High realm warrior to kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. Martial Marquis is Martial Marquis Martial Marquis Martial Martial Marquis Martial. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distance. The illusory yin Martial Marquis had delivered the message and was preparing to return to report. As he walked, he suddenly discovered 3 warriors. When he looked at Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fang Chen! The illusory Yin martial Marquis roared furiously. Back in the Golden Guangua, he had wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen had managed to escape. Now, Fang Chen had actually appeared in the southern mountain land. It seems like even the heavens want me to kill you. The illusory Yin martial Marquis laughed sinisterly. When the illusory Yin martial Marquis discovered Fang Chen and the other two also discovered the illusory Yin martial Marquis. Mirage Yin martial Marquis. When Fang Chen saw the illusory Yin martial Marquis approaching, his eyes flickered with killing intent. Fang Chen, I never thought that I would actually meet you in the southern mountain land. Looks like you will eventually die in my hands. The illusory Yin martial Marquis said. Illusory Yin martial Marquis, you're actually here. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis exclaimed when they saw the illusory Yin martial Marquis. Soaring dragon martial Marquis, black armor martial Marquis. When the illusory Yin martial Marquis saw the two people behind Fang Chen, fear flashed across his heart. However, after pondering for a moment, the illusory Yin martial Marquis said, Soaring dragon martial Marquis, black armor martial Marquis, my target is only Fang Chen. I hope you will not interfere. Hearing the illusory Yin martial Marquis words, the soaring dragon martial Marquis and the black armor martial Marquis looked at each other. They shook their heads and said, Don't worry, we will definitely not interfere. The illusory Yin martial Marquis was laughable. He actually wanted to kill Fang Chen. With Fang Chen's strength, he could kill the illusory Yin martial Marquis in a matter of minutes. There was no need for the soaring dragon martial Marquis and the black armor martial Marquis to act. Fang Chen, I failed to kill you in Feng State City last time. Now, I will kill you with my own hands. The illusory Yin martial Marquis said sinisterly. You missed the chance last time. You no longer have the chance to kill me. Fang Chen said calmly. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The illusory Yin martial Marquis was one of the 5 marquises that had destroyed the sword reverence sect. So he had to kill the illusory Yin martial Marquis. He had originally thought that the illusory Yin martial Marquis had disappeared because he had gone into hiding. He hadn't expected him to come to the southern mountain range. It seemed that there were still remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the southern mountain range. Is that so? Without the help of the soaring dragon martial Marquis and the black armor martial Marquis, what will you use to fight me? Even if you don't come looking for me, I will still come looking for you. Fang Chen icily said, Back then, you cruelly destroyed my sword reverence sect and killed my fellow disciples. This enmity can only be forgotten. Chimpich, how laughable. Do you really think this place is still the Golden Crown country? Do you really think that with your strength, you can kill me? The illusory Yin martial Marquis face was filled with a mocking smile. The absolute heaven martial Marquis, the vanquishing wind martial Marquis, the dragon arm martial Marquis, and the withering wood martial Marquis. Where are the 4 of them? Fang Chen ignored the illusory Yin martial Marquis words and coldly asked. Back then, the mysterious black figure had brought 5 martial marquises to destroy the sword reverence sect in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Chen had once sworn that when he had the ability, he would definitely get revenge. And now, his revenge would begin with the illusory Yin martial Marquis. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The illusory Yin martial Marquis body flashed and his eyes flickered, his pupils turning grey. He had activated an illusion. After coming to the southern mountain range, the illusory Yin martial Marquis illusions had greatly improved. He believed that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to block his current illusions. You should be proud to die under my illusions. The illusory Yin martial Marquis sinisterly said, his grey pupils flickering. Crack. Just as the illusory Yin martial Marquis was feeling pleased with himself, Fang Chen easily broke through his illusions. Disdain appeared on his face. You call that an illusion? Asked Fang Chen. Yes, you can actually break through my illusions. Seeing this, the illusory Yin martial Marquis withdrew his illusions and launched a fierce attack. Since his illusions weren't effective, he wanted to use his powerful strength to kill Fang Chen. However, before he could unleash his fierce attack, it was directly suppressed by a large hand. Crack. The illusory yin martial Marquis was suppressed by the large hand. His bones crackled as he constantly struggled. But he was horrified to find that this large hand was like a death god from hell, tightly holding on to him. How can this be? The illusory yin martial Marquis constantly struggled. He circulated all the strength in his body, wanting to open his eyes. But he found that it was all futile. Speak, where are the other 4 martial marquises? Asked Fang Chen once more. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the illusory yin martial Marquis finally realized that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Fang Chen, how can you be so strong? Roared the illusory yin martial Marquis. Right, I forgot to tell you. Not long ago, the Golden Crown Nation's imperial family held a martial Marquis ranking battle. Fang Chen easily defeated the soaring martial Marquis and is ranked 3rd on the martial Marquis ranking. His title is the Sword Marquis. The black armor Marquis grinned. Sword Marquis, 3rd on the martial Marquis ranking? How is that possible? The illusory yin martial Marquis constantly shook his head. He didn't believe it. Where are the other 4? This is your last chance, shouted Fang Chen sternly. Crack. Fang Chen's hand exerted force and the illusory yin martial Marquis bones creaked. His entire body was in endless pain. But in the end, the illusory yin martial Marquis didn't say anything. He knew the protector's temper. Once the protector learned of his betrayal, even if he returned alive, he would still die. Fang Chen, if you kill me, the protector won't let you off. Just wait for the protector's endless pursuit. Thinking of this, the illusory yin martial Marquis wildly laughed. Poochie. Unable to get anything out of him, Fang Chen squeezed his fingers and the illusory yin martial Marquis was directly killed. How laughable. This illusory yin martial Marquis actually tried to kill the sword Marquis. Ha ha ha. The black armor Marquis grinned. Chapter 410. Revenge began with the illusory yin martial Marquis. Back then, the mysterious black shadow brought the 5 marquises to the Sword State City and destroyed the Sword Reverence sect with lightning speed. Among the 5 marquises, the weakest was the illusory yin martial Marquis. The other 4 marquises were much stronger than the illusory yin martial Marquis. If it was before, Fang Chen was just an ant-like existence to the illusory yin martial Marquis and the others. But now, it was different. Fang Chen's strength was already above them. As long as they met, Fang Chen was confident that he could easily kill them. Looking at the corpse of the illusory yin martial Marquis, Fang Chen kept the illusory yin martial Marquis into spatial ring and shook his head slightly. Sword Marquis, although you didn't get the other 4 marquises' positions, you still killed the illusory yin martial Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis said. That's right. I believe the 4 of them have also come to the southern mountain land. As long as we stay in the southern mountain land, we will meet them one day. The black armor Marquis grinned. The more they interacted with Fang Chen, the more they realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. Terrifying talent, terrifying tenacity, terrifying willpower. As long as this kind of warrior didn't die prematurely, he would definitely grow into a peerless figure in the ancient sword continent. If the soaring dragon Marquis thought that he could suppress the sword Marquis in the Golden Crown country, then after coming to the southern mountain land, the soaring dragon Marquis was not confident. His growth is too fast. The soaring dragon Marquis looked at Fang Chen and sighed in his heart. The sword Marquis' talent was the strongest he had ever seen. Let's go. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Then, the 3 of them continued forward. Fang Chen had already obtained 2 interspatial rings. Adding the illusory yin martial Marquis interspatial ring, he had a total of 3 interspatial rings. As he walked, he checked the interspatial rings. Opening the first spatial ring, Fang Chen found a small number of spirit stones, and the rest were basically some elixirs. After looking through it, Fang Chen found that the things in this spatial ring were almost useless to him. Next was the second space ring. Moments later, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Apart from spirit stones, there were also some soul weapons in this space ring. However, to Fang Chen, who possessed a top-grade soul weapon, these weapons were not worth mentioning. Finally, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the illusory Yin Martial Marquis interspatial ring. This was because the owner of the 3 interspatial rings, the illusory Yin Martial Marquis, was the strongest. I hope that your spatial ring won't disappoint me, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, his soul left his body and entered the interspatial ring of the illusory Yin Martial Marquis. As soon as he entered the interspatial ring of the illusory Yin Martial Marquis, Fang Chen discovered that there was a pile of spirit stones in the interspatial ring. High-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen carefully looked through it. There were about 2 million high-grade spirit stones in the interspatial ring of the illusory Yin Martial Marquis. A dignified expert ranked 30 on the Martial Marquis list actually only has such a small amount of spirit stones. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He continued to look and found that in the interspatial ring of the illusory Yin Martial Marquis, other than spirit stones, the rest were spirit herbs. This is an illusory spirit herb. After Fang Chen saw these spirit herbs, his face revealed a trace of surprise. He never thought that there would be so many illusory spirit herbs in the interspatial ring of the illusory Yin Martial Marquis. Illusory spirit herbs were considered very precious spirit herbs in the world of spirit herbs. Under normal circumstances, they were even more precious than spirit pills. Seeing so many illusory spirit herbs, Fang Chen knew that the majority of the illusory Yin Martial Marquis spirit stones had been used to buy illusory spirit herbs. Illusory spirit herbs were absolute treasures to warriors who cultivated illusions. Consuming illusory spirit herbs could increase the power of illusions. These illusory spirit herbs are useless to me. Fang Chen grinned. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth. Kid, you really are ignorant. Ancestor, are you saying that I can use these illusory spirit herbs? Fang Chen was puzzled and asked. Fortunately, you have me by your side. Otherwise, you would have wasted so many illusory spirit herbs for nothing. Ancestor Bronze proudly said. Fang Chen listened attentively. Old Ancestor Bronze slowly said, everyone thinks that the illusory spirit grass can only be used by martial artists who cultivate illusions. However, they don't know that other martial artists can also use it. Why? Fang Chen asked. Kid, what do you major in? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Sword Dao. Fang Chen said. What would happen if you added illusions to your Sword Dao? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen sank into silence. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Ancestor, are you saying that if I add illusions to my Sword Dao will become the illusory Sword Dao? Kid, your comprehension ability is pretty good. That's exactly what I meant. I've lived for so long that I've seen all kinds of sword geniuses. Ancestor Bronze grinned. A long, long time ago, I don't even remember how long it was. At that time, Sword Dao was flourishing and countless sword geniuses stood out from the rest. In that era of blooming flowers, countless sword geniuses found their own way of the sword and created countless different Sword Daos that were derived from Sword Dao. Among them were the illusory Sword Dao, the lightning Sword Dao, the water Sword Dao, and so on. Ancestor Bronze continued, of course, no matter what kind of Sword Dao it is, they all belong to the Grand Dao of the sword. The goal of all sword cultivators is the same. They all want to reach the peak of the Sword Dao. So you can also change your Sword Dao to the illusory Sword Dao. That way, when you fight an enemy, your sword light will contain illusions. If your opponent isn't careful, they'll be defeated, said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor Bronze had lived for so long that he had naturally seen countless Sword Dao geniuses. So when he saw the illusory spirit grass, he immediately thought of this point. Illusory Sword Dao. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. A large amount of information about the Sword Dao appeared in his mind. It was like a door was slowly opening for him. Why haven't I thought of this before? Wondered Fang Chen. If the illusory Sword Dao was infused with illusions, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Ancestor, what should I do? Asked Fang Chen. Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. He then said, if you were an ordinary person, I would naturally guide you. But your situation is a bit special, especially that golden heart in your body. I've lived for so many years, but I still can't see through it. So I can't guide you. You can only rely on yourself. Upon hearing the words of Old Master Bronze, Fang Chen was taken aback. Immediately, he looked at the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart was lying quietly within Fang Chen's body, beating slowly. Let's give it a try. Fang Chen turned to the soaring dragon Marquis and the profound armor Marquis. The two of you, I've comprehended something. I need to meditate for a while. Can the two of you wait for me? Oh, Sword Marquis, you're about to break through? The profound armor Marquis' eyes lit up. Fang Chen shook his head. I'm just comprehending something. No problem. Sword Marquis, go ahead and meditate. The two of us will stand guard for you. The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. After that, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on an empty ground. Wild sword intent instantly emanated from his body, protecting him. Fang Chen took out an illusory spirit grass and directly swallowed it. In the next moment, it entered his body, and its medicinal effects began to spread. There's no movement. Fang Chen stared at the golden heart. He was very surprised to find that there was no reaction at all. It seems I can only rely on myself. Seeing that there was no movement from the golden heart, Fang Chen grinned. He began to digest the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects. In an instant, Fang Chen found that he was seeing illusions. What a powerful illusory spirit grass. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. If it weren't for his will being strong enough, he would have already fallen for the illusory spirit grass. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The illusory spirit grass was too powerful. Just as Fang Chen was digesting the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. In the next instant, Fang Chen found that all the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects within his body had been absorbed by the golden heart. It's been absorbed. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Then Fang Chen began to devour the illusory spirit grass in large mouthfuls. What is the sword Marquis eating? The black armor Marquis was shocked to see Fang Chen's appearance. This spirit grass seems to be an illusory spirit grass. The soaring dragon Marquis frowned. What illusory spirit grass? What is the sword Marquis doing? Can illusory spirit grass be eaten in large quantities like this? The black armor Marquis was incomparably shocked. He looked at Fang Chen like he was a freak. Even the soaring dragon Marquis was flabbergasted. Illusory spirit grass was something an ordinary martial artist would be unable to devour after just one. Was it really fine for the sword Marquis to devour so many? While the black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis were shocked, Fang Chen was happily devouring the illusory spirit grass. In just a moment, Fang Chen had devoured 30 illusory spirit grass. At a certain moment, the golden heart stopped absorbing the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects. When Fang Chen saw that, he also stopped devouring. Hiss! The golden heart began to rapidly revolve. In just a moment, a dense aura was emitted from the golden heart, directly spreading throughout Fang Chen's body. This was the illusory aura. Fang Chen's guess had been correct. The illusory aura had been purified by the golden heart. After it was purified, Fang Chen was actually unable to sense the illusory aura. Hiss! In an instant, Fang Chen had completely absorbed the illusory aura. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly closed his eyes. His sword body was fusing with the illusory aura with all its might. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze, who was within the python sword, also sighed. This kid's luck is really off the charts. He can even do this. Even the illusory Yin Marquis, who was proficient in illusory techniques, would not dare to swallow 30 illusory spirit grass in one go. Fang Chen had done it, and he was fine. His body was currently fusing with the illusory aura. When his sword body had completely fused with the illusory aura, his sword Dao would also become the illusory sword Dao. 2 hours later, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. When the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis looked at Fang Chen, they realized that they could not see Fang Chen clearly. They were all shadows. The two of them rubbed their eyes and continued looking, but they still could not see clearly. Sword Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis seemed to have realized this and hurriedly asked. Fang Chen's eyes looked at the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis. He activated his sword body and the illusory aura instantly surrounded his body. In an instant, the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis eyes actually had a hint of confusion. Fang Chen withdrew the illusory aura. At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis eyes were wide open as they looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Chapter 4:11. When Fang Chen saw their expressions, he was very satisfied with his meditation. He nodded and said, "You can say that." The sword Dao that he was currently cultivating was the illusory sword Dao. He had integrated illusions into his sword Dao, so it could be considered the illusory technique that the two of them were talking about. When Fang Chen looked at the soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis, he used the illusory qi. Even with their cultivation, they were still temporarily confused by his illusory technique. It was obvious that the 30 illusory spiritual herbs that he had swallowed had improved his illusory technique's foundation by a lot. Illusory sword Dao. When Fang Chen thought of this, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "We can go now," Fang Chen said. "Go where?" Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a sinister voice suddenly entered the ears of the three people. When the three of them heard that, they were immediately shocked. "Mph, you killed my second brother and third brother. You want to escape? Dream on." Wu He's hoarse voice rang out again. Crash. Immediately after, Wu He appeared in front of the three of them. Behind Wu He stood many members of the bandits. After days of sleepless searching, Wu He finally found a clue and found this place. Second level of the condensing reality realm. When they saw Wu He appear, Fang Chen and the other two's expressions changed greatly. From the aura that Wu He emitted, it was obvious that he was a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist. The difference between the first level of the condensing reality realm and the second level of the condensing reality realm was huge. Fang Chen and the other two could join forces and kill a first-level condensing reality realm martial artist, but facing a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, they did not dare to be careless. "All three of you will die." Wu He's expression was sinister as he looked at the three of them and sneered. "What should we do?" the black armor Marquis asked. The soaring dragon Marquis and Fang Chen frowned as they quickly thought of a solution. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen quietly activated his sword body. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent soared into the sky. In the next moment, an illusory aura accompanied by a powerful sword intent enveloped Fang Chen. "Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. In this way, we still have a chance of survival," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "Let's fight together." The soaring dragon Marquis roared. The majestic sword will around Fang Chen instantly filled the entire land. The 5 Rivers and his bandits were all enveloped by the sword will. Just as 5 River was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that his subordinates were all like zombies. They had lost their senses and were standing behind him in a daze. Yes, an illusion. 5 Rivers' expression changed slightly. "Do it." Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and fiercely slashed out. Suddenly, a majestic sword light of water and fire appeared in the air and bombarded towards 5 River. As a second-layer condensing reality realm martial artist, facing 3 Qi high realm martial artists, 5 River was naturally not afraid. He displayed a powerful and domineering attack to block Fang Chen's sword light. Bang! When the sword light collided with his attack, a wild illusory aura instantly filled the air. Even 5 River, who was a second-layer condensing reality realm martial artist, was stunned. 5 River woke up from his daze. His face was filled with surprise as he said coldly, "I did not think that your illusion technique would have reached such a level. If I do not kill you, I will not be at ease." After discovering that Fang Chen's illusion technique was so powerful, 5 River displayed a powerful attack towards the 3 of them. Whoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand continuously swung out. Streaks of sword light immediately bombarded 5 River and the others. "Ah!" Miserable screams came from behind 5 River. Wherever the sword light passed, 5 River's subordinates would all die tragically. They were too weak to block Fang Chen's illusory sword art. Before they could even make a move, they were already trapped in the illusion. Seeing his subordinates die one by one, 5 River was furious. He roared furiously, "Kid, I will tear you to pieces. Five River roared as a giant axe appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the giant axe instantly chopped towards Fang Chen and the others. Black Armor Shield. The Black Armor Marquis roared as he activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. The Soaring Dragon Marquis also used all his strength to block Five River's giant axe attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the illusory sword art again and displayed the 11th level of the fire and water sword art. Suddenly, streaks of sword light slashed towards Five River's giant axe, causing Five River to be affected by the illusion technique. Five River was affected by the illusion technique and the direction of his giant axe changed. Although Five River woke up in an instant, the giant axe in his hand still chopped empty air. Damn it! Five River also realized the power of Fang Chen's illusion technique. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he stared at Fang Chen. He had to deal with Fang Chen first before dealing with the other two. Seeing Five River's attack, Fang Chen waved his wrist and the illusory sword art appeared. Five River's mind was affected and his body stopped for a moment. Split up and run. Fang Chen roared as he jumped and directly entered the dense forest. Five River woke up and gave up on attacking the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis. He furiously chased after Fang Chen. Kid, you're dead. Five River let out an angry roar and disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing Five River's disappearing figure, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis were terrified. They looked at each other and disappeared. Five River was a second stage condensing reality realm warrior. His strength shocked Fang Chen. He still hasn't released his Dharma idol. Fang Chen thought to himself. Five River hadn't released his Dharma idol yet, and the three of them were already running away. If he released his Dharma idol, how strong would his strength be? Soon, Five River caught up with Fang Chen. His huge axe once again chopped towards Fang Chen. The huge axe carried an extremely terrifying aura. Fang Chen pushed his sword body to the extreme. The illusory chi merged with his sword intent and spread out for 100 meters. As long as Five River was within 100 meters of Fang Chen, he would be affected by the illusory sword art. After chasing for a while, Five River let out an angry roar. A Chi-High warrior was actually chased by him for such a long time. I'm going to kill you. Five River roared angrily. Suddenly, an illusory rat appeared above his head. Yes, it was a rat. After the rat appeared, Five River's aura instantly increased. This illusory rat was his Dharma idol. The Dharma idol is a rat. When Fang Chen saw Five River's Dharma idol, he was also extremely shocked. After the Dharma idol appeared, Five River's huge axe once again chopped down. In an instant, the Dharma idol merged with the huge axe and chopped towards Fang Chen. This time, Five River's hand loosened, and the huge axe flew out. This way, Five River wasn't affected by the illusory sword art, and the huge axe was still chopping towards Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen panicked and rushed forward without knowing where to go. Just as the giant axe was about 100 meters away from him, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped forward. Bang! Although Fang Chen tried his best to block, he was still hit by the huge axe. His body fell to the ground in front of him. Let's see how you escape. Five River's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He opened his hand and the huge axe returned to his hand. The rat once again appeared above his head. Five River walked step by step towards Fang Chen, preparing to kill Fang Chen. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Five River was puzzled and looked around. When his gaze landed on Fang Chen, he discovered that a demonic beast the size of a small mountain was walking towards him. Five River instantly recalled the legend of this mountain range and cried out, "How is this possible?" The space around Five River seemed to distort. Five River wanted to turn around and leave, but at that moment, the huge monster suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, the Dharma idol above Five River's head shattered. The Dharma idol shattered and Wu-He let out a wretched cry. Next, the colossal creature arrived before Wu-He and stomped down on his body, crushing his body into pieces. Five River was in the second stage of the condensing reality realm. He had been an outlaw for so many years and had always been free and unfettered. But now, He was actually trampled to death by a demonic beast. After Five River died, the huge monster opened its mouth and directly bit Fang Chen. Then, it turned around and drilled into the depths of the mountain range. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis hastily fled. They didn't know how long they had fled, but they suddenly heard a roar towards the sky. Then, they discovered that the ground was trembling. What is that sound? The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis asked in alarm. I wonder how the sword Marquis is doing. The black armor Marquis' eyes flickered as he looked behind him and said faintly. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis sank into silence. The reason why the two of them were able to escape was entirely because of the sword Marquis. Being chased by a second-stage condensing reality realm martial artist, the sword Marquis was simply unable to resist. The soaring dragon Marquis sighed and said, the sword Marquis' strength is tyrannical, and he also has such a powerful illusion technique. He might be able to escape. The black armor Marquis said. If the sword Marquis dies, I, the soaring dragon Marquis, will definitely avenge him. Me too. If the sword Marquis was killed by that bandit leader, I, the black armor Marquis, will definitely kill him and avenge the sword Marquis. After they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and quickly disappeared into the mountain range. At this moment, in a bandit territory, many bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly, they felt the ground shake and the mountains shake. Then, they heard an angry roar. Yes, the sound came from the mountain range. What is going on? Not long ago, the boss went to the mountain range to look for the killer of the second brother. Could it be that the sound came from the boss? The boss must have found the killer. Let's go and take a look. No, when the boss went out, he ordered us to guard the bodies of the Chi High Realm martial artists in the territory. The boss is a second-stage condensing reality realm martial artist. A normal martial artist would not be a threat to the boss. Many bandit members said one after another. Chapter 412. There was a mountain range 100 miles away from Spirit Heart City. Normally, warriors wouldn't enter this mountain range. It was also the territory of Wu, his bandit group. In this mountain range lived a tyrannical monster. It was said that this monster was as large as a small mountain. Of course, this was just a legend. No one had seen it before. As the bandit leader of this area, Wu He had naturally heard of this legend. However, he didn't believe it at all. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, Fang Chen was lying quietly on the ground in a hidden valley. Beside him, Little Mouse and Banxianshu were quietly guarding him. Fang Chen had been hit by Fang Chen's giant axe. Although he had a sword body, he still suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, Fang Chen had a lot of healing pills in his interspatial ring. After killing Luo He had obtained her interspatial ring. Just the top-grade spirit pills alone numbered over 100. At this time, these pills finally came in handy. Little Mouse fed Fang Chen some pills. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. He opened his eyes and moved his fingers. He felt pain all over his body. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Beside Fang Chen, Little Mouse saw Fang Chen wake up and chirped non-stop. Behind Little Mouse, the Banxianshu also laughed and said, I knew it. With Brother Mouse's help, he will definitely be saved. As soon as he woke up, he heard the Banxianshu flattering him. Fang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had a simple conversation with Little Mouse. Then Little Mouse pointed behind it. Well, you said a monster saved me. But where is it? Fang Chen looked at the cliff behind Little Mouse, puzzled. Dong, just as Fang Chen's voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled. The cliff in front of Fang Chen's eyes began to move. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. How could the cliff move? But when he took a closer look, his heart was in turmoil. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The behemoth in front of him wasn't a cliff, but the body of a demonic beast. If one did not look carefully, one would not realize that it was a demonic beast. It saved us, Fang Chen said in surprise. The Little Mouse nodded. Then, with a whoosh, it jumped onto the giant's shoulder. Following the Little Mouse's body, Fang Chen looked up and discovered the giant. It's a turtle. Fang Chen was shocked. This was the biggest turtle he had ever seen. How can there be such a big tortoise? Why did it save me? Fang Chen was puzzled. Chirp, 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 the little mouse chirped at Fang Chen, causing Fang Chen to be filled with shock. You're saying it saved me because... Fang Chen was shocked. Ancestor bronze. This turtle had saved him because of his aura. Fang Chen was completely shocked. Ancestor bronze had been dead for so long. How could he have interacted with this giant turtle? Ancestor? Fang Chen anxiously asked. When Ancestor bronze heard Fang Chen's words, he said slowly, "He used to be my disciple." There was a trace of sadness in his voice. Your disciple? Fang Chen cried out. 10,000 years ago, I took in many disciples. He was my youngest. Back then, he was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was much stronger than you are now. Ancestor bronze slowly said, however, after I died, my enemy captured my disciple and destroyed his physical body. Then they sealed his soul and placed it inside this giant turtle. Due to the severe damage to his soul, my disciple was unable to recover to his peak. That enemy from back then was too cruel. He directly used a special method to seal my disciple's damaged soul into the large tortoise. All these years, my disciple has been living as a tortoise, struggling at death's door. At this point, Ancestor bronze fell silent. Who was he? 10,000 years ago, he was the famous Ancestor bronze of the ancient Sword continent. But after his death, his disciple had been subjected to such a vicious method. My disciple. Ancestor bronze's heart was filled with sorrow. The giant turtle had sensed Ancestor bronze's aura on Fang Chen's body, so it had saved Fang Chen. While Fang Chen had been unconscious, the giant turtle had communicated with Ancestor bronze. When Ancestor bronze had learned of his death, he had been filled with grief. Fang Chen carefully examined the giant turtle. It was the size of a small mountain, and its aura was extremely dense. Just like that, he lived for thousands of years. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. A living martial artist had been sealed inside a giant turtle by someone using a heaven-defying method. He had lived for thousands of years while at death's door. That kind of torture was something only he knew best. Is there no other way? Asked Fang Chen. There is. Unless I resurrect, said Ancestor bronze. Old Ancestor bronze said in a deep voice. Only my blood can undo the seal. Otherwise, my disciple will never be able to be reborn. Fang Chen fell silent when he heard Ancestor bronze's incomparably solemn words. Ancestor bronze was dead, and his disciple had suffered at the hands of his enemy. He had been forced to live for so many years. For a moment, the entire mountain valley was filled with sorrow. Roar. The giant turtle stuck its head out and roared at Fang Chen. It seemed to be communicating with Ancestor bronze. After a long time, Ancestor bronze said to Fang Chen, "Let's go." "What about it?" asked Fang Chen. "Just leave it here," Ancestor bronze said dejectedly. "Ancestor, I'll definitely help you resurrect." Fang Chen clasped his hands toward the giant turtle and turned to leave. 10,000 years ago, he had been a heavenly genius, Ancestor bronze's disciple. But 10,000 years later, he had been forced to possess the giant turtle's body and live for thousands of years. Who could understand such sorrow? Looking at Fang Chen's back as he left, the big turtle roared at the sky. It let out a mournful cry, and its gaze was filled with reluctance. My disciple, if I can be resurrected, I'll definitely save you. Ancestor bronze's voice entered the giant turtle's ears. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had left the mountain valley and arrived at the mountain range. Wu He's corpse was still lying on the ground. When Fang Chen saw Wu He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had met Ancestor bronze's disciple. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Wu He. Fang Chen came to Wu He's corpse, took his interspatial ring, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the interspatial ring vibrated. With a thought, Fang Chen summoned the communication jade pendant into Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen injected his spiritual energy and a voice came from the communication jade pendant. Wu He, how are your preparations? The illusory Yin martial Marquis hasn't returned yet. What's going on? Hearing this voice, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of surprise. But before he could speak, another voice came from the communication jade pendant. In 3 days, I'll come to your territory. You must protect the bodies of the Qi High Realm. Then, the communication jade pendant dimmed. The Yellow Spring Sect's people. Fang Chen thought to himself. After a while, Fang Chen thought of a brilliant plan. Within Wu his territory, countless bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly, Wu He returned. Boss, you're back. Did you find the murderer? Asked one of the bandit members. I already killed him. Fang Chen said calmly. At this moment, his face was exactly the same as Wu his. With Fang Chen's illusory sword Dao, it was easy for him to change his appearance. As long as he didn't reveal any flaws, the bandit members wouldn't be able to find out. How are the bodies of the Qi High Realm? Asked Fang Chen. Boss, they're all fine. The bandit member said with a smile. Bring me to them. Fang Chen said. After that, the bandit member brought Fang Chen to a prison cell. In front of the prison cell, the bandit member opened the iron door and said, Boss, the bodies of the Qi High Realm are all here. Our brothers are still outside capturing them. You can go out first. Fang Chen said and entered the prison cell. Inside the prison cell, there were countless iron cages. Inside these cages, there were countless Qi High Realm warriors. They were lying quietly in the cages, as if they had lost their senses. So many Qi High Realm warriors, what are they trying to do? Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen walked in front of one of the iron cages. Seeing the Qi High Realm warriors lying quietly in the cage, he frowned. These people. Fang Chen's soul ejected from his body and investigated. He was surprised to discover that these martial artists were not dead. Their souls had been imprisoned by 5 rivers using a special method. Could it be that they want to revive the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen guessed. We can't alert them for now. Let's wait for the people of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive first. Fang Chen said to himself and left the prison cell. Just like that, Fang Chen pretended to be Wu He in Wu his territory and stayed there, waiting for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle was restless after knowing that there was still a trace of his master's consciousness left in the world. Occasionally, the bandit members would send back news that there was a monster riot in the mountain range. After Fang Chen heard about the situation, he sighed deeply. In the end, he sent many bandit members to the depths of the mountain range. Roar. In the depths of the mountain range, angry roars could be heard from time to time. The bandit members sent by Fang Chen all died at the hands of the big turtle. Standing in the territory, Fang Chen's deep eyes looked towards the depths of the mountain range. He sighed and said, I can't save you, I can only let you vent. Transforming into a big turtle and living for 1,000 years. Chapter 413. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle roared towards the sky, as if it was telling Fang Chen something. After hearing the turtle's roar, the bronze ancestor fell into silence. Once upon a time, his disciple was extremely famous in the ancient sword continent. But now, he had turned into a big turtle and was living like this. I will definitely save you. A solemn voice came from within the python sword. Fang Chen sighed and shook his head slightly. In the next few days, Fang Chen sent the bandits into the depths of the mountain range from time to time. On one hand, it was to weaken the bandits, and on the other hand, it was to let the big turtle vent. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, the people from the Yellow Spring sect arrived as promised. When Fang Chen saw the people from the Yellow Spring sect, he almost went crazy. The person who came was none other than one of his enemies, the Deadwood Martial Marquis. Wu He, the body of a Qi High warrior, are you ready? The Deadwood Martial Marquis said in a low voice. Fang Chen looked at the Deadwood Martial Marquis with a playful smile on his face, and said, Deadwood Martial Marquis, where are the other 3 Martial Marquis? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Deadwood Martial Marquis' face slightly changed. He looked at Fang Chen and said, what do you mean? In an instant, Fang Chen's face twitched, and in the next moment, he returned to normal and said, I forgot to tell you, my name is Fang Chen, the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Deadwood Marshal Marquis' face kept changing. He also did not expect that someone would dare to impersonate Wu He. Where did Wu He go? Why are you here? The Deadwood Marshal Marquis asked gloomily. When the 5 of them followed the Protector, they had already destroyed the sword sect. Why was Fang Chen still alive? I am here, where do you think Wu He can go? Fang Chen sneered. Chimph, I don't believe it. Wu He is at the second condensing reality realm. You are not his opponent. The Deadwood Marshal Marquis said coldly. In the next moment, the Deadwood Marshal Marquis released a powerful chi, and launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. While using the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture, Fang Chen's giant hand reached out and instantly suppressed Marshal Marquis Kumu. No. Before he could even touch Fang Chen, he had been suppressed. The withered wood Marquis' heart was filled with shock as he roared furiously. What about the other 3? Fang Chen asked coldly. No, impossible. How can you be so strong? A hint of panic appeared on Marshal Marquis Kumu's face. As he roared, he secretly took out a communication jade pendant. He wanted to send back the news of this place. However, Fang Chen had already noticed him. The moment he took out his communication jade pendant, Fang Chen's hand pressed down again and directly snatched it away. You're right in front of me, yet you still want to send a message back. Fang Chen's face was full of ridicule. He was not even afraid of the soaring dragon Marquis, let alone a mere withered wood Marquis. Was the illusory Yin Marshal Marquis also killed by you? Only at this moment did Marshal Marquis Kumu know that Fang Chen's strength had already reached such a level. He furiously asked. That's right. The illusory Yin Marshal Marquis is only the beginning. Fang Chen said. Crack. Fang Chen's hand continuously pressed down. The suppressed Marshal Marquis Kumu let out a miserable cry. At the same time, Fang Chen activated his sword body. A wild sword intent mixed with an illusory aura instantly enveloped Marshal Marquis Kumu. Marshal Marquis Kumu's strength was not strong, so he was unable to resist Fang Chen's illusory aura. He instantly fell into an illusion. After falling into the illusion, Marshal Marquis Kumu's face was filled with confusion. His eyes were filled with an aura of death. His entire person stood there in a wooden manner. Fang Chen withdrew his hand and looked at Marshal Marquis Kumu. He said, send a message to the other 3. Tell them to come here. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Marshal Marquis Kumu nodded his head. He took out a communication jade pendant and sent a message to the other 3 marquises. After Marshal Marquis Kumu sent the message, Fang Chen withdrew his illusory aura. Marshal Marquis Kumu instantly woke up. Fang Chen, please let me go. When the Sword Reverence sect was destroyed, it was the Protector who brought us there. It had nothing to do with me. Marshal Marquis Kumu knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Who is the Protector you speak of? Fang Chen asked. Others call him the Netherworld Protector. His strength is extremely tyrannical. He forcefully controlled us. We had no choice. Marshal Marquis Kumu said in horror. Netherworld Protector, where is he? Fang Chen asked. Marshal Marquis Kumu constantly shook his head. Normally, he would not be able to see the Netherworld Protector, so he naturally did not know where he was. After that, Fang Chen asked a few more questions, but he was unable to find out anything. In the end, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Fang Chen, you can't kill me. Seeing this, Marshal Marquis Kumu constantly retreated. Pucha, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand, fiercely slashed out. Carrying a tyrannical illusory aura, it directly pierced through Marshal Marquis Kumu's head. Marshal Marquis Kumu instantly died. Back when you destroyed the Sword Reverence sect, you should have been prepared to die. Fang Chen icily said to Marshal Marquis Kumu. After that, Fang Chen put away Marshal Marquis Kumu's spatial ring. Then he called over several bandit members and said, he pretended to be Marshal Marquis Kumu and was killed by me. Deal with his corpse. Yes, boss. The bandit members had no idea that the person in front of them was no longer their boss. I'll be right here waiting for you. Fang Chen thought to himself. The 5 martial marquises that had destroyed the sword reverence sect were the Absolute Heaven Marquis, Wind-Destroying Marquis, Dragonarm Marquis, Martial Marquis Kumu, and Martial Marquis Mirage Yin. Among them, the Martial Marquis Kumu and Martial Marquis Mirage Yin had already been killed by Fang Chen. The remaining 3 were also on their way. For the time being, Fang Chen didn't want to clash with the Netherworld Protector. That was because from Martial Marquis Kumu's words and actions, Fang Chen guessed that this Netherworld Protector was definitely extremely powerful. Before he was completely certain, he definitely couldn't let the Netherworld Protector know about him. I wonder what they're secretly planning. Fang Chen pondered. But no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to figure it out. In the end, Fang Chen decided not to think about it anymore. He just waited within his territory. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. On this day, outside of the Spirit Heart City, there were 3 silhouettes. They were quickly heading towards Fang Chen's territory. Martial Marquis Kumu sent us a message and asked us to come here. He said that there were too many Chi-High bodies, and he couldn't take them all by himself. The Dragonarm Marquis said in a low voice. It's good to have more. The earlier we finish the mission, the more free we will be. The Wind-Destroying Marquis said. According to Martial Marquis Kumu, there are a lot more Chi-High bodies this time compared to the previous times. I hope we can finish the mission. The Absolute Heaven Marquis said. I wonder where that Martial Marquis Mirage Yin went. Hearing the Absolute Heaven Marquis mention the Martial Marquis Mirage Yin, the Dragonarm Marquis said, could something have happened to him? I don't think so. With the Martial Marquis Mirage skills, even if he met a condensing reality realm warrior, he would still be able to escape. The Absolute Heaven Marquis said. As they were talking, the 3 of them arrived at the territory. Wu He. With the Absolute Heaven Marquis as the leader, he yelled and went straight to the palace where Wu He was. After entering the palace, they found that Wu He was standing there alone. The palace was empty. Wu He, where is Martial Marquis Kumu? The Absolute Heaven Marquis saw Wu He and asked in a low voice. Dead. Fang Chen said calmly. What dead? The Dragonarm Marquis heard and asked in confusion. How did he die? The Wind-Destroying Marquis said in a low voice. He was killed by me. Why did you kill Martial Marquis Kumu? Are you not afraid of the Hell Law Protector? The Absolute Heaven Marquis roared in anger. If Wu He was not a second-stage condensing reality realm warrior, they would have killed him already. Just when they were angry, Fang Chen opened his mouth and said, after Martial Marquis Kumu, it will be the 3 of you. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Absolute Heaven Marquis frowned and said coldly, Who are you? Fang Chen's face wriggled. In the next moment, he returned to his original appearance and said, The person who will kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture. His big hand stretched out and directly suppressed the 3 of them. You're courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen was not a condensing reality realm warrior, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 sneered and attacked together. You want to kill the 3 of us? You're dreaming. The Dragonarm Marquis roared in anger. When they saw Fang Chen's big hand pressing down on them, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 felt a trace of pressure. Suddenly, the 3 of them used their own unique skills. Absolute Heaven Sword Art. Wind-Destroying Kick. Dragon Arm Fist. The 3 of them used their own unique skills. The tyrannical attacks instantly collided with Fang Chen's big hand. Crash. After the 3 of them collided with Fang Chen, an illusion suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. In an instant, they fell into an illusion. Crack. Fang Chen's big hand continued to press down. The 3 of their attacks were instantly shattered by Fang Chen's big hand and then directly suppressed the 3 of them. The current Fang Chen was invincible in the Chi-High realm. He did not care about the 3 of them at all. Crash. The Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis and the other 2 suddenly sobered up. Their eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? His illusion is even stronger than the illusory Yin Martial Marquis. His attack is too strong. The 3 of us can't block it at all. Damn it. Are the 3 of us going to die here? The 3 Martial Marquis roared in anger. Presumably, when you destroyed the worshipping sword sect, you were already prepared to die. Fang Chen's big hand suppressed the three of them and lightly laughed. What? You're from the worshipping sword sect? Hearing this, the absolute heaven Marquis was shocked. In the worshipping sword sect, other than Tian Jianzi, there was not a single condensing reality realm warrior. This person's cultivation was obviously not at the condensing reality realm, but his true strength was comparable to a condensing reality realm warrior. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's attack together. The absolute heaven Marquis roared. The three of them simultaneously exploded with their most dazzling power. Suppress. Fang Chen roared in a low voice. The big hand once again pressed down. Under the suppression of Fang Chen, the three of them could not do anything. Die. Fang Chen looked at the three of them struggling and said softly. Then, his big hand directly crushed the three of them. With a flick of his wrist, the three spatial rings were collected by Fang Chen. Looking at the three corpses, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Chapter 4:14. So far, the 5 martial marquis that attacked the sword sect were all killed, leaving only the culprit, Protector Yuming. However, the current Fang Chen was not strong enough to deal with Protector Yuming, so he had to be patient. Fang Chen glanced at the 3 corpses, then left the hall and went to the prison. He had already figured out the reason why the souls of these Qi High Realm warriors were imprisoned. At this moment, Fang Chen was using a heaven-defying method to break the imprisonment of these warriors' souls. After an hour, the dozens of Qi High Realm warriors in the prison all woke up. When they saw Fang Chen, their faces were filled with fear. Wu He is dead. From now on, you are free. Fang Chen said with a smile. Benefactor, did you save us? A warrior asked. Hurry up and leave. Fang Chen said. Soon after, these Qi High Realm warriors scattered in confusion. Of course, when these Qi High Realm warriors were escaping, they were stopped by the bandits in the territory. They were not weak, so they fought with the bandits directly. The whole territory was in a tragic situation. As for Fang Chen, he quietly left his territory and headed for Luishui City. After some warriors escaped to the Spirit Heart City, they spread the news of Wu He's death. Suddenly, countless warriors who had a grudge against Wu He went to the bandit territory to kill the bandits. In less than a day, Wu He's bandit group was completely disbanded. The territory was in a mess. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was walking in a desert. The Spirit Heart City was very far from the Water City. If he wanted to walk there, it would take at least a month. However, Qi High Realm warriors could not fly. Only when they reached the condensing reality realm could they use the spirit Qi in their body to fly. Of course, condensing reality realm warriors could only fly for a short period of time. If they wanted to fly for a long period of time, they had to be stronger than the condensing reality realm. While Fang Chen was heading towards Luishui City, 2 rays of golden light suddenly shot out from a remote area not too far away. Then, 2 wild auras filled the air. Ha ha ha, soaring dragon Marquis, we have finally broken through to the condensing reality realm. The black armor Marquis laughed wildly. The aura around his body was incomparably strong. Now that I've reached the condensing reality realm, it will be much easier to head to the water-leaning city. The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. After they separated from the Marquis of Zhenwu, Fang Chen, they carefully headed towards Luoshui City. During this period of time, they encountered many bandits, but with the 2 of them working together, they were able to overcome the difficulties. At the edge of life and death, the 2 of them finally broke through to the condensing reality realm and formed the Dharma idol. Since we have reached the condensing reality realm, let's hurry to water-leaning city. The black armor Marquis grinned. After reaching the condensing reality realm, a warrior's body would experience a qualitative leap, and he or she would be able to form a Dharma idol, which would increase their power by countless times. The black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis quickly disappeared into the desert. Condensing reality realm warriors could fly in the air. After the black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis reached the condensing reality realm, their speed was much faster. In a mere 10 days, they arrived at water-leaning city. After they entered water-leaning city, they finally let out a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived safely. Black Armor Marquis, which power do you plan to join? The Soaring Dragon Marquis asked. The Black Armor Marquis pondered for a moment, then said, I want to join the sect that Li Jinghong is in. Although they did not know what kind of sect Li Jinghong was in, they could guess that it was most likely the Divine Statue sect. Then I'll congratulate you, Black Armor Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis laughed. At that time, Li Jinghong only noticed the Black Armor Marquis, and did not look directly at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Zhenwu Marquis, so only the Black Armor Marquis had a token. Soaring Dragon Marquis, you and I must train well and take revenge for the Zhenwu Marquis. Before the Black Armor Marquis left, he said. Definitely. After the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis parted ways, they made some inquiries and headed towards the desolate sect. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a hidden place, checking the spatial rings of the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other three. After checking, Fang Chen obtained a total of 5 things. The first was Spirit Stones. The 4 Marquis Spirit Stones added together was a total of 30 million high-grade Spirit Stones. Adding the 19 million from Fang Chen and the 2 million from the illusory Yin Marquis, his total amount of high-grade Spirit Stones reached a terrifying 51 million. 51 million high-grade Spirit Stones. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis, who was ranked first on the Martial Marquis list, did not have that much wealth. The current Fang Chen's total wealth had already surpassed some ordinary condensing reality realm warriors. The second was pills. In the spatial rings of the 4 Marquis, Fang Chen obtained some top-quality spirit-level pills. Of course, the most important one for Fang Chen was the Accumulating Sword Pill. The Accumulating Sword Pill was one of the top-quality spirit-level pills. For sword cultivators, it was extremely precious. If one could consume the Accumulating Sword Pill, one's strength would definitely increase. This Accumulating Sword Pill was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Marquis. Fang Chen placed it in his own spatial ring, preparing to directly consume it in a while. The third was martial skills. The Absolute Heaven Sword technique of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis, the Wind-Destroying Martial Marquis Wind-Destroying Kick, the Dragon Arm Martial Marquis Dragon Arm Fist, and the Deadwood Martial Marquis Deadwood Sutra. All of them were top-grade 4 martial skills, slightly stronger than the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. After going through Fang Chen's selection, he felt that the Absolute Heaven Sword technique was more useful to him. The other martial skills were not suitable for him. However, they were still grade 4 martial skills, so he still put them away. The fourth was weapons. However, for Fang Chen, who possessed a top-quality spirit weapon, the weapons of the 4 Marquis were nothing. The best weapon was the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis's top-quality spirit weapon. The others' weapons were all top-quality spirit weapons. The fifth was a map. This map caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. This was because the map was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis. This map was incomplete, as if it had been torn apart by someone. This was only a part of the map. On this small map, there were complicated routes marked. Fang Chen could not understand them at all. What is this map? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. He looked at it for a while but still could not understand. In the end, he directly put away the map. After plundering the spatial rings of the 4 martial marquises, Fang Chen's wealth suddenly became enormous. Wait until we reach Water City. I'll sell all the useless martial skills, medicinal pills, and weapons for spirit stones, said Fang Chen. In any case, they were useless. It was better to exchange them for spirit stones for Fang Chen's cultivation. After checking the 4 spatial rings, Fang Chen took out the Accumulating Sword Pills. Even the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis did not have that many Accumulating Sword Pills. 3. A total of 3 Accumulating Sword Pills. Their value was extremely high. Fang Chen swallowed 1 Accumulating Sword Pill. He found that his sword intent was rising, and his sword body was also growing. Not long after, the medicinal effect of the Accumulating Sword Pill was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. He found that his sword body had become much stronger. As expected of the Accumulating Sword Pill, Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. The medicinal effect of the Accumulating Sword Pill was too powerful. It could even strengthen the sword body. Fang Chen could not wait to swallow the remaining 2 accumulating sword pills. After that, his sword body improved again. When the medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was completely digested, Fang Chen's sword body had reached an extremely powerful stage. It was also at this time that Fang Chen found that his golden heart was rapidly beating. In the next moment, a light flashed in his mind. He had successfully cultivated the 12th level of the water-fire sword technique. The 12th level of the water-fire sword technique. Even Fang Chen was extremely excited. The 12th level of the water-fire sword technique must be extraordinary. Whoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly shot out. In an instant, it bombarded a mountain peak in the distance. Crack! A crack appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. It was enough to show how powerful the 12th level of the water-fire sword technique was. The water-fire sword technique has reached the 12th level. My strength has increased again. Now, I can easily kill a warrior who just entered the condensing reality realm. I can even fight against a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen said confidently. After killing the 4 martial marquis, Fang Chen's harvest was huge. Not only did he obtain a large amount of spirit stones, he also cultivated the water-fire sword technique to the 12th level. The strength of his sword body had increased, and his overall strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Water-leaning city, I'm coming. Chapter 4:15. After reaching the 12th level of the water and fire sword art, Fang Chen's strength had increased. Now, he could protect himself in the wilderness of the southern mountain land. Fang Chen left and headed in the direction of water-leaning city. At this moment, on a plain not far from Fang Chen, there were 2 men. Their faces were full of smiles. Above the head of one of the men, there was a flute. This flute was his Dharma idol. Big brother, ha ha ha, I've finally reached the condensing reality realm. The chubby warrior laughed loudly. Second brother, congratulations on successfully condensing the Dharma idol. The man who was called Big Brother had a smile on his face. Big brother, I've been training in the sound wave attack. The Dharma idol I condensed is a flute. This can increase my sound wave attack in all aspects. The second brother smiled honestly. The big brother nodded. He was happy for his little brother. If there was someone here, they would be shocked. The big brother the chubby warrior was talking about was a very famous assassin in the Water City. His codename was Lion Tiger. In the Water City, as long as the name Lion Tiger was mentioned, there would be no one who did not know him. Although Lion Tiger's cultivation was only at the 3rd condensing reality realm, his true strength could easily kill a 4th condensing reality realm warrior. Lion Tiger's Dharma idol was the Shadow Lion Tiger. Assassins moved in the dark. With the Shadow Lion Tiger's characteristics, Lion Tiger could completely hide in the dark. There were many 4th condensing reality realm warriors who had died in Lion Tiger's hands. Even 5th condensing reality realm warriors were a little scared when Lion Tiger was mentioned. In everyone's impression, Lion Tiger was a cold-blooded assassin. He would never smile, let alone talk to people like that. Of course, they did not know that Lion Tiger had a younger brother. When they were very young, their parents died in an accident. In the years after, Lion Tiger had always taken care of his younger brother. However, because Lion Tiger was an assassin, he had offended many strong warriors. He was never willing to let others know about his younger brother. This time, his younger brother was going to break through to the condensing reality realm. Therefore, Lion Tiger was willing to give up an assassin mission to protect his younger brother. Now, his younger brother had finally broken through and condensed a perfect Dharma idol. The lion and tiger were happy for him. Just as Shahu was speaking to his younger brother, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distant plains. When Shahu saw this person, his expression changed slightly. How could a warrior appear in such a desolate forest? Shahu sensed that something was amiss and looked at the man warily. Fang Chen also noticed the 2 people on the plain. However, he continued to move forward without batting an eyelid. When he reached the 2 of them, Shahu's younger brother's eyes brightened. Little fellow, I just broke through. Why don't you exchange a few moves with me? Hearing his brother's words, Lion Tiger frowned slightly but didn't say anything. With his cultivation, He could tell that this person had not reached the condensing reality realm yet. He hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he be your opponent? Lion Tiger said. I want to practice. The chubby warrior grinned. Sorry, I have something to do. It's not convenient. Fang Chen said. However, the chubby warrior ignored Fang Chen's words. He took a step forward and blocked Fang Chen. In the next moment, he released his Dharma idol flute. Then, a strange sound wave came out of his mouth. Yes, sound wave attack. Hearing the sound wave attack from the chubby warrior, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he activated his sword body and performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword arts. Whoosh! The combination of the illusory sword arts and the 12th level of the fire and water sword arts was extraordinary. Even though the chubby warrior was in the condensing reality realm, he couldn't block it. Crack! The chubby warrior's sound wave attack was instantly shattered by Fang Chen's sword light. Then, the sword light carried an illusory aura and instantly appeared in front of the chubby warrior. The chubby warrior's expression suddenly became dazed. At the critical moment, Lion Tiger attacked and shattered Fang Chen's attack. The sword technique contains an illusory aura. Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen and muttered to himself. In his heart, there was a trace of shock. Fang Chen's cultivation had not reached the condensing reality realm, but his strength completely crushed his younger brother. Who are you? Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen and asked. This is my first time in the southern mountain land. I want to go to the water-leaning city. Facing Lion Tiger, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the chubby warrior woke up. His face was full of shock. He couldn't remember what had just happened. Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen for a while. In the end, he realized that Fang Chen wasn't lying. Therefore, he let Fang Chen go. Although he was an assassin, he wouldn't kill the innocent. After hearing Lion Tiger's words, Fang Chen quickly disappeared from the plains. Second brother, that person's strength is extraordinary. Although he didn't condense a Dharma idol, his strength isn't something you can compare to. You have to work hard on your cultivation. Lion Tiger said slowly. I will. The chubby warrior smiled. Now that your cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm, you can go to the water-leaning city and join a large force. If that's the case, I can rest assured. Lion Tiger said. After going through a series of hardships, Fang Chen finally arrived at the water-leaning city. The water-leaning city was much bigger than the Spirit Heart City. Inside the city, people came and went, and it was bustling. Fang Chen walked on the streets of the water-leaning city with a smile on his face. A token appeared in his hand. This token was given to him by the king of the Golden Crown country. As long as he had this token, he could join the Baron sect. On this day, Fang Chen asked around and found the location of the Baron sect. Then, he went to the Baron sect. The Baron sect was one of the large forces in the water-leaning city. Although it couldn't be compared to the Divine Statue sect, it was still a top force. The Baron sect was located on a mountain peak in the depths of the water-leaning city. Before Fang Chen arrived at the Baron sect, he was stopped by a guard. This is the Baron sect's forbidden area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. The guard said coldly. I come from the Golden Crown country. I have a token here. I want to join the Baron sect. Fang Chen took out the token and said. The guard took the token and went to find the deacon elder. Soon, the deacon elder appeared. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, Are you a disciple of the Golden Crown country? Yes, I am. Fang Chen said respectfully. Good. Since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, from today onwards, you are a disciple of the Baron sect. The deacon elder said with a smile. After that, the deacon elder brought Fang Chen into the Baron sect. The sect in the southern mountain land had a strict hierarchy. There were many warriors. Therefore, warriors who had just entered the sect were not considered true disciples of the Baron sect. Fang Chen, since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, you do not need to take part in the assessment. You can directly enter the Baron sect. However, since your cultivation has not reached the condensing reality realm, you can only start as a servant of the barren sect. The deacon elder said after learning about Fang Chen's cultivation along the way. Fang Chen nodded his head and did not say anything. The servants of the barren sect are responsible for all the big and small matters within the sect. The servant area is located halfway up the mountain. The entire servant area is divided into 4 districts: East, South, West and North. You can go to the East district first, the deacon elder said. Fang Chen nodded his head. Then, he asked casually, "May I ask the deacon elder if there were 2 warriors from the Golden Crown country that joined the barren sect?" Hearing this, the deacon elder shook his head slightly and said, "A while ago, there was a guy called Long Ting who joined the barren sect. His cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm. He is now a registered disciple of the barren sect." After saying this, the deacon elder brought Fang Chen to the East District servant area. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked out and greeted the deacon elder respectfully. "Deacon elder Chen Tian, this disciple is a new servant. I will leave him to you." After the deacon elder finished his arrangements, he left. Chen Tian looked at Fang Chen and grinned. "Kid, I, Chen Tian, am the boss of the East District servant area. From today onwards, you will follow me." "Senior Chen Tian, as a servant, what do I need to do every day?" Fang Chen asked. "Do you see that? There is a herb field over there. From today onwards, you will be in charge of this field. You will have to water the plants and weed them every day. If you fail, there will be serious consequences," Chen Tian said as he pointed at a herb field that was overgrown with weeds. The barren sect was much stronger than any other sect in the Golden Crown country. Although the barren sect was only a 2-star sect, it was still very powerful. A warrior at the 9th level of the Qi High realm who joined the barren sect would have to start as a servant. He would have to reach the condensing reality realm and condense his Dharma idol before he could become a registered disciple. Although he was assigned to the servant area, Fang Chen did not mind at all. With his strength, he would be able to leave the servant area in no time. The next day, Fang Chen arrived at the herb field that belonged to him. Just as he was looking at the plants growing in the field, a loud voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you new here?" Hearing this voice, Fang Chen turned around and saw a tall warrior standing in front of him. "That's right, I am new here," Fang Chen said. "Good, very good. Since you are new here, you have to follow the new rules. You, go and help me carry 100 dan of water, and then help me weed out the weeds in my herb field." The tall warrior said coldly. "Why should I help you?" Fang Chen asked back. "Little brat, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you believe that I will kill you?" The tall warrior said coldly. "Since you don't know what is good for you, then from today onwards, you will be in charge of all my servants. If you fail to complete them, you will pay the price." Many servants walked past them one after another. When they saw the tall warrior scolding the new servant, they all started whispering to each other. "Chen who is bullying the new servant again. There is no other way. Every new servant is bullied by Chen Hu. Not only do they have to work for him, they also have to give him half of the spirit stones they earn every month. This Chen Hu is just relying on his big brother Chen Tian, who is the boss of the Eastern servant area. Otherwise, he would have already been beaten up." Chapter 416. The barren sect's odd job district was the lowest class district. To put it nicely, they were the barren sect's warriors. To put it bluntly, they were the people who did the hard work for the barren sect. When Fang Chen first came in, he was assigned to the odd job district. Furthermore, when he arrived, he was bullied by the old people there. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Since others could ask him to do things for them, why couldn't he let them do it for him? Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood up and looked at Chen Hu. He grinned and said, "You want me to help you guard your herb field? Brat, do you have any other choice? Let me tell you, I, Chen Hu's big brother, Chen Tian, is the boss of the Eastern Odd Job District. If you don't do it, you won't be able to stay in the Odd Job District in the future," Chen Hu said fiercely. Hearing Chen Hu's words, Fang Chen asked back, "In the barren sect's odd job district, as long as you are strong, you can get anyone to do things for you, right?" "Of course. You newcomers are destined to help the old people when you just came in, Chen Hu said. Fang Chen nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Soon after, he walked towards Chen Hu. The latter thought that he was going to guard his herb field and was overjoyed. However, just as the smile on his face blossomed, Fang Chen's fist suddenly landed on his face. Ah! A miserable cry came from Chen Hu's mouth. The surrounding odd jobs were all shocked. Was this newcomer crazy? He dared to hit Chen Hu? Was he courting death? Countless odd jobs looked at the newcomer who hit Chen Hu. Although Chen Hu's strength wasn't too strong, he had a strong brother. Brat, are you courting death? Chen Hu covered his nose and roared furiously. From today onwards, you will help me do all the odd jobs. If you can't complete them, you will know the consequences, Fang Chen said in an incomparably domineering manner. What? You want me to do odd jobs for you? Chen Hu thought that he had misheard. This newcomer actually wanted him to do odd jobs for him? What a joke. Brat, you're dead. You won't be able to survive in the servant district in the future. Chen Hu roared furiously. As Fang Chen roared, he attacked as well, wanting to teach this newcomer a lesson. However, Fang Chen didn't care about his attack at all. Bang, another punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it directly smashed onto Chen Hu's head. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tiger Chen's body was sent flying. He fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. His nose was broken. Damn it. Chen Hu couldn't help but curse out loud. Pain came from his nose. At this moment, he even had thoughts of killing someone. Fang Chen walked towards Chen Hu step by step. He narrowed his eyes and said, "My servant. You dare hit me, Chen Hu." Before Tiger Chen could finish his words, he was punched by Fang Chen again. This time, Fang Chen's fist landed on Tiger Chen's head, causing a big bump to appear. My big bro is Chen Tian. Tiger Chen wanted to use his big bro status to threaten Fang Chen, but it didn't work. Each time he spoke, he would receive a punch from Fang Chen. After a few punches, Tiger Chen's head swelled. At this time, Tiger Chen finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll help you do odd jobs. Tiger Chen begged for mercy. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have hit you. Fang Chen clapped his hands and smiled. He turned and left, returning to his own residence. The surrounding servants were all shocked. This newcomer had actually beaten Tiger Chen to the point of begging for mercy. That was too fierce. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This newcomer is too fierce. He actually beat Tiger Chen into a pig's head. Ha ha ha. Tiger Chen begging for mercy from a newcomer? What a novel thing. This brat injured Tiger Chen. He definitely won't let this matter rest. That's right. Tiger Chen will definitely think of ways to torture him. At this moment, Tiger Chen was trying his best to get up from the ground. He was already extremely angry. When he saw the surrounding servants, he roared, "What are you looking at? Go and work." When the surrounding servants heard him, they dispersed in an uproar. However, at this moment, Tiger Chen pointed at the last servant and said loudly, "You, help me guard this herb field." Hearing Tiger Chen's words, the servant's face was filled with grievance. However, he had no choice. He didn't dare to disobey Tiger Chen's words. Tiger Chen glanced at Fang Chen's residence and said coldly, "Brat, I'll make you regret this." After that, Tiger Chen left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed since they arrived at the desolate sect's servant district. From the first day, Fang Chen didn't go to work in the herb field. That was because his herb field had already been contracted by Tiger Chen. Fang Chen wasn't worried about Tiger Chen's revenge. Within the 4 great servant districts, the strongest person was only a half step into the condensing reality realm. They posed no threat to Fang Chen. On the other hand, he was happy to be free. He could even cultivate in peace. Just as Fang Chen finished cultivating, a warrior appeared in Fang Chen's residence. Seeing this person, Fang Chen was a little puzzled. "Brother Fang, you offended Tiger Chen before. I heard that he has already found a few strong servants to settle the score with you." The warrior said in a low voice, "You have to be careful. Although Tiger Chen isn't strong, he has his big brother Chen Tian backing him up. No one in the Eastern Servant District would dare to touch him. Hearing this warrior's words, Fang Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder." On the second day after this warrior warned Fang Chen, Tiger Chen finally brought a few servants to Fang Chen's residence. "Fang Chen, get the hell out here." Because he was confident, Tiger Chen was arrogant and domineering as he roared furiously. After a while, Fang Chen opened the door and walked out. "Tiger Chen, didn't I beat you up enough last time?" Fang Chen said directly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tiger Chen was furious. He turned his head to look at the servants behind him and said, "You guys teach him a lesson. If anyone can break his dog legs, I will go to my big brother and put in a good word for you. You will follow my big brother in the future." Hearing Tiger Chen's words, the servants were eager to give it a try. Their faces were full of playful smiles. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Tiger Brother." One of the servants flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Bang! With another punch, Fang Chen easily sent this odd-job worker flying with a single punch. "What a piece of trash. All of you, come at me together." Tiger Chen was a little angry when he saw the servant who was stronger than him being sent flying by Fang Chen. In the next moment, the remaining 3 servants joined forces and surrounded Fang Chen. A minute later, 3 miserable cries rang out. Tiger Chen saw that the 3 servants couldn't even withstand a single punch from Fang Chen. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Tiger Chen's scalp went numb. The servants he had brought with him had all been defeated by Fang Chen. Tiger Chen's worries were justified. In the next second, Fang Chen's fist landed on his face. 3 seconds later, Tiger Chen's head turned into a pig's head. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Scram! Fang Chen looked at Tiger Chen and said, "Oh, right. Don't forget to guard the medicinal field." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Tiger Chen quickly disappeared. After Tiger Chen was beaten up by Fang Chen's place once again became quiet. On this day, after Fang Chen finished his cultivation, he prepared to go out for a walk. Just as he was walking in a certain area of the servant district, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Actually, it couldn't be considered a familiar face. Wasn't this chubby warrior the one who had come to the plains of Water-Leaning City to fight with him? At the same time that Fang Chen saw the chubby warrior, the latter also noticed him. "Hey, why are you here?" The chubby warrior looked at Fang Chen and asked. Beside him stood the deacon elder. "Why are you here?" Fang Chen asked back. "I have reached the condensing reality realm and was preparing to join a sect. After a round of selection, I decided to join the Baron sect." The chubby warrior laughed. However, when he saw Fang Chen's clothes, he immediately understood. "You became a disciple of the Baron sect's servant district?" The chubby warrior asked. Fang Chen nodded. The chubby warrior continued, "It's not easy to meet a familiar face. You should quickly leave the servant district and come find me." After the chubby warrior finished speaking, he followed the deacon elder and left. In the eyes of the deacon elder, he didn't believe that Fang Chen could leave the servant district in such a short time. Of course, if he knew that the chubby warrior was defeated by Fang Chen after reaching the condensing reality realm, he wouldn't think that way. "It seems that I need to increase my cultivation speed as well." Fang Chen looked at the chubby warrior's back as he left and grinned. Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Qi High realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the condensing reality realm. He needed to work hard. Day after day passed in the servant district. During this time, Fang Chen had been cultivating. He had a lot of spirit stones, enough to support his cultivation. Normally, he would stay in his room and cultivate. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. As for the herb field, he didn't need to worry about it. Chen Hu, who had been beaten twice, had become much more obedient. He sent people to guard the herb field every day, so there was no need for Fang Chen to worry about it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the servant district, there was a special elder who came every month to check on the success of the servants' work. At the same time, He was also there to distribute spirit stones. This was the benefit of joining a big sect. Even if you were a servant, you could still receive a certain amount of spirit stones. Today was the day that the elder of the servant district finished checking and distributing the spirit stones. At this moment, in a room somewhere, Chen Hu's eyes were filled with a sinister expression. He said eerily, "Little brat, let's see how you die this time." Chen Hu had been beaten twice by Fang Chen. He had been waiting for a chance to take revenge on Fang Chen. He didn't want to tell his big brother about small things. On the surface, he looked like he was obediently watching over the herb field for Fang Chen. But secretly, he had done something. In the herb field, he had put a lot of insects that were hard to detect. These insects had already eaten up most of the seedlings in the herb field. Chapter 417. The Handaman Elder was the elder with the highest authority in the Handaman district. Every month, the Handaman Elder would come to inspect the work of the Handamen in the 4 Handaman district and issue spirit stones instantly. On this day, after the servant elder finished inspecting the other 3 servant districts, he was accompanied by a group of people to the Eastern Servant District. Servant Elder. The Eastern Servant District Supervisor, Chen Tian, smiled and cupped his hands towards the servant elder. "Let's start inspecting the Eastern Servant District," said the servant elder. Then, accompanied by Chen Tian, the servant elder began his inspection. 2 hours later, the servant elder had basically finished his inspection. He was very satisfied with the Eastern Servant District's situation and was full of smiles. "Not bad, your Eastern Servant District's performance this month has been pretty good. I can make the decision to give you an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." The servant elder nodded. He was very satisfied with the Eastern Servant District's situation. "Then I'll have to thank the servant elder." Hearing the servant elder's words, Chen Tian's face was full of smiles. He was ecstatic. The servant elder was very satisfied with the Eastern District's situation and was willing to give them an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. And these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were completely distributed by Chen Tian. In other words, he could distribute them as he pleased. Another sum of spirit stones. Chen Tian was very excited. He had already thought it through. Of these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, he would take 3,000 and the remaining 7,000 would be rewarded to the diligent servants. In the Eastern Servant District, he was the strongest. He was the boss, so no one would dare to say anything. Chen Tian's face was full of smiles as he quickly followed the servant elder. There was only one last medicinal field left. As long as they finished inspecting this medicinal field, they would pass this month's inspection. "Servant elder, this is the last medicinal field. Please take a look." Chen Tian saw this medicinal field from a distance and softly said. The servant elder nodded and walked in front of the medicinal field. Just as the servant elder looked at the herb field, the smile on his face froze and was replaced by anger. "Chen Tian, take a look for yourself. What is this?" The servant elder's voice was filled with anger. When Chen Tian heard this, he cursed in his heart. Immediately after, he carefully sized up the medicinal field. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. There were many insects in the herb field. Due to poor management, all the spirit grass sprouts in the herb field were eaten up by the insects. In other words, this medicinal field had already been destroyed. The medicinal herb field was one of the more important industries in the odd job district. Under normal circumstances, the odd job workers in the odd job district would work hard to take care of the medicinal herb field. Once the seedlings of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field had matured, the sect would transfer the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field to the sect's spiritual fields. But at this moment, Chen Tian's face darkened when he saw the tattered leaves of the spirit grass seedlings. How could this be? Chen Tian's heart was filled with fury. He could imagine just how furious the servant elder was right now. Damn it! Not only did I lose 10,000 upper spiritual stones, but I also have to be punished by the servant elder. Chen Tian thought to himself. It's obvious that no one took care of this medicinal herb field. Chen Tian, you have always been in charge of the Eastern Odd Job District. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. The servant elder coldly said, otherwise, I will have to reconsider whether you, Chen Tian, are suitable to manage the Eastern Odd Job District. Hearing the servant elder's angry voice, Chen Tian hurriedly said, "Servant elder, please wait a moment. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." While the servant elder was waiting, Chen Tian hurriedly went to look for Fang Chen. He clearly remembered that this medicinal herb field was under the charge of Fang Chen. Damned newbie, he actually dared to make fun of me. Chen Tian's heart was filled with anger. Just as Chen Tian went to look for Fang Chen, the latter just happened to leave. Seeing Fang Chen, Chen Tian was burning with anger. "Fang Chen!" Chen Tian roared loudly. "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked. "Did you manage your medicinal herb field properly?" Chen Tian angrily roared. Fang Chen frowned and said, "You're managing it. Come with me to take a look at your medicinal herb field. If you don't give me an explanation today, you will be punished." Chen Tian finished speaking and brought Fang Chen to the medicinal herb field. After arriving at the medicinal herb field, Chen Tian angrily said, "Take a look for yourself." Fang Chen looked at the medicinal herb field and was shocked to discover that there were large amounts of insects inside. The spirit grass sprouts had long since been eaten up. He instantly understood that Chen Hu had set him up. "You, give me an explanation," Chen Hu said in a low voice. The servant elder had been watching from the side, waiting for Chen Tian's explanation. "I asked Chen Hu to help me look after it, and he also agreed. Who knew that he would manage the medicinal herb field like this?" Fang Chen said. "You asked Chen Hu to look after it, but he agreed. Who can testify?" Chen Tian questioned. "Why don't you call Chen Hu over and you'll know?" Fang Chen said. A moment later, Chen Hu was called over by Chen Tian. He already knew what had happened, and a trace of schadenfreude appeared in his eyes. This scene was seen by Fang Chen. "Chen Hu," Fang Chen said he wanted you to help look after his medicinal herb field. "Did you agree?" Chen Tian angrily glared at Chen Hu. Chen Hu hastily shook his head. "Big brother, how could I agree to help him look after his medicinal herb field? This Fang Chen is too scheming. He can't look after his own medicinal herb field, so he wants to push the blame onto me." Hearing Chen Hu's words, Chen Tian looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Fang Chen didn't say anything. He didn't bother to explain. Chen Tian looked at the servant elder and said, "Servant elder, ever since this kid entered the Eastern District Servant District, he has refused to accept any management. Now that he has made a mistake and damaged the herb farm, everything will be decided by the servant elder." The servant elder glanced at Fang Chen, his face filled with anger. A mere servant actually dares to do such a thing. If I don't punish you, how will I manage the servants of the servant district in the future? The servant elder coldly said. After pondering for a moment, the servant elder coldly said, "However, since this is your first offense, I will let you stay in the Baron sect. If you make such a mistake again, I will personally cripple your cultivation and expel you from the Baron sect." Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He raised his head and glanced at Chen Hu. When the latter saw Fang Chen looking at him, he involuntarily took a step back. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. "You have committed a mistake, so you must bear the consequences. From now on, for 2 years, all of your spirit stones will be cancelled. Furthermore, you will be in charge of 10 medicinal fields. You must take care of each one with great care. There will be a monthly inspection. If even one medicinal field fails to pass, I will enforce the rules of the sect." With that, the servant elder impatiently left the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the servant elder's disappointment in the Eastern Servant District, Chen Tian's face was filled with a complicated expression. At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. "Kid, you're on your own now." After Chen Tian finished speaking, he glared at Fang Chen before turning around and leaving. Seeing this, Chen Hu hurriedly followed behind Chen Tian. A trace of killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes before he returned to his own residence. The Eastern Servant District was supposed to receive an extra 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. However, because of Fang Chen, not only did they lose the 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones as a reward, but even the spirit stones that they were supposed to receive were reduced by a lot. This made many servants hate Fang Chen even more. Some of them even wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Hearing this news, Chen Hu was secretly happy. Although he was no match for Fang Chen, there were still many strong servants in the servant district. If they went to find trouble with Fang Chen would definitely be in a lot of trouble. On a certain day, outside Fang Chen's residence, an errand boy shouted loudly, "Fang Chen, get the hell out here." Creak the door opened and Fang Chen walked out calmly. "Fang Chen, it's all because of you that our spirit stones have decreased by a lot. You'll have to make up for this loss." The servant said coldly, "It just so happens that I have some helpers." Fang Chen sneered. Then, he threw out a punch that landed directly on the servant's body. With a bang, the servant was caught off guard and was sent flying by Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and stepped on the servant's body. He said condescendingly, "Now, do you still want me to make up for your loss?" The servant's face was filled with horror as he was stepped on by Fang Chen. He had not expected Fang Chen to be so strong. "Brother Fang, please spare my life. From now on, you will be in charge of managing my herb farm number 1. If there are any mistakes during the inspection at the end of the month, you will be held responsible," Fang Chen said solemnly. The servant was intimidated by Fang Chen and nodded repeatedly. The next day, the servant called Zhon Yu miserably helped Fang Chen manage his herb farm number 1. "He's too strong. I'm not his match. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked him." Zhon Yu felt incomparably regretful. Many servants were unhappy with Fang Chen, but he had taken the lead. Not only did he not get his spirit stones back, he even had to help Fang Chen manage his herb farm number 1. He was incomparably depressed. Just as Zhon Yu was feeling depressed, a voice rang out. "Zhon Yu, what are you doing here?" The person who spoke was Chen Hu. Seeing Chen Hu, Zhon Yu helplessly shook his head, not saying anything. "Zhon Yu, why are you helping Fang Chen manage his herb farm number 1? Asked Chen Hu. "Me." Zhon Yu wanted to cry. When Chen Hu heard Zhon Yu's words, he was infuriated. Zhon Yu had a good relationship with him, and it was Chen Hu's idea to have Zhon Yu cause trouble for Fang Chen. But now seeing Zhon Yu help Fang Chen manage his herb farm number 1, Chen Hu was shocked. "Even you aren't his match?" asked Chen Hu. "He's very strong," said Zhon Yu. Chapter 4:18. Seng Bo's strength ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Region's worker district. Not long ago, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment and entered seclusion to cultivate. In 3 days, he would exit seclusion. After being beaten up by Fang Chen, Chen Hu was a bit afraid of Fang Chen. Even Zhon Yu had been defeated by Fang Chen. Fang Chen was definitely extremely powerful. So Chen Hu decided to have Seng Bo teach Fang Chen a lesson. 3 days later, Seng Bo exited seclusion. His strength had once more advanced. As soon as he exited seclusion, Chen Hu immediately rushed over. "Brother Seng Bo." Chen Hu looked at Seng Bo and smiled. "Brother Chen Hu." Because of Chen Tian, Seng Bo and Chen Hu called each other brothers. "Brother Seng Bo, your strength has improved?" asked Chen Hu. Seng Bo nodded. A brilliant smile appeared on Chen Hu's face as he said, "Brother Seng Bo, to tell you the truth, while you were in seclusion, a new worker came to our eastern region. However, this worker relied on his strength to beat me up a few times. Now, even Zhon Yu was forced by him to guard the medicinal field for him. You have to avenge me." "Yes, a new worker." Seng Bo's expression didn't change. "Correct, it's a new worker. But he's a bit strong," said Chen Hu. "Mph, how strong can a new worker be?" "Brother Chen Hu, lead the way. I just came out of seclusion and just so happened to need someone to practice with." Chen Hu was overjoyed when he heard Seng Bo's words. He immediately brought Seng Bo to Fang Chen's residence. The two of them soon arrived in front of Fang Chen's residence. Seng Bo took a step forward and roared, "Fang Chen, scram out here." Creak. The door opened and Fang Chen walked out. When he saw Chen Hu, Fang Chen knew that this worker was most likely Chen Hu's reinforcements. However, he just so happened to be lacking a few workers to guard his medicinal field. "You're Fang Chen?" Seng Bo icily asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Seng Bo said angrily, Chen Hu is my brother. You dare to make a move on him? How audacious. Are you done? Fang Chen looked at Seng Bo and asked. Yes. Seng Bo was a little puzzled. If you're done, go and guard the herb field for me, Fang Chen said with a smile. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zeng Bo became even angrier. He roared angrily, Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am today. As soon as his voice fell, Seng Bo launched a fierce attack. A minute later, Zeng Bo fell to the ground. His heart was filled with horror. His strength had improved so much that he could at least rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Chores district. He didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one punch from Fang Chen. From now on, the two of you will be in charge of my medicinal field. If you dare harm me, you should know the consequences. Fang Chen icily said to Chen Hu. Chen Hu had long since been scared silly. He also hadn't expected Fang Chen to be so powerful. Even Seng Bo wasn't his match. Seng Bo struggled to get up from the ground. He fearfully glanced at Fang Chen and then turned to leave. When the two of them appeared in the medicinal field, Zhon Yu's face was filled with shock. He asked, Seng Bo, Chen Hu, what are you doing here? Are you here to save me? Black lines appeared on Seng Bo and Chen Hu's foreheads. They were a bit speechless. In the end, under Zhon Yu's dumbfounded gaze, the two of them began to manage the remaining 9 medicinal fields. Brother Chen Hu, you've made me suffer. This Fang Chen's strength isn't just powerful, it's extremely powerful. I can rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Chores district, but I can't even withstand one punch from him. Seng Bo cried as he weeded. I also didn't expect him to be so strong. Chen Hu was a bit unwilling. He was thinking about how to deal with Fang Chen. The news of Seng Bo's defeat to Fang Chen instantly spread throughout the Eastern Chores district. Countless workers were shocked. Seng Bo's strength was obvious to all in the Eastern Chores district, but he couldn't even beat a new worker. The more it was like this, the more curious everyone was about this new worker. When they saw Seng Bo, Zhon Yu, and Chen Hu helping Fang Chen guard the 10 medicinal fields, they were all shocked. Some of the workers who had been bullied by Chen Hu had smiles on their faces. Chen Hu also had such a day. The news of Chen Hu helping Fang Chen guard the medicinal fields finally reached Chen Tian's ears. Chen Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Chores district, and he was the strongest. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Even if he faced a warrior who was half a step into the condensing reality realm, he would not be afraid. He was working hard on his cultivation. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the condensing reality realm and leave the Chores district to become a registered disciple of the Baron sect. One day, while Chen Tian was cultivating, a worker suddenly ran over and told Chen Tian about Chen Hu. You're saying that Fang Chen didn't manage the medicinal fields himself, but forced Chen Hu and the others to help him? Chen Tian's face showed a hint of displeasure. That's right, Boss Chen Tian. This Fang Chen relied on his strength to do whatever he wanted in the Chores district. The worker said. Even Zeng Bo was no match for him. Looks like I underestimated him. But, he dared to bully my little brother, he is looking for death. Chen Tian said coldly. After that, Chen Tian rushed to Fang Chen's residence. On the way, Chen Tian saw Chen Hu and the other two carefully managing the medicinal fields. He yelled, Chen Hu, what are you three doing? Don't you care about your own medicinal fields? Why are you helping others? Hearing Chen Tian's yell, Chen Hu's face was filled with joy. He hurried out of the medicinal fields and cried, Big brother, you have to help me. This Fang Chen relied on his strength to bully me when he heard that I was your little brother. He beat me up a few times. I wanted revenge, so I went to find Zeng Bo, but he was still no match for him. He actually forced us to help him guard the medicinal fields. Hearing Chen Hu's tearful complaints, Chen Tian was enraged and shouted, Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. A puny new servant actually dares to bully me, Chen Tian. Seeing Chen Tian appear, more and more odd job workers gathered around. These odd job workers were all watching. Chen Hu and Chen Tian soon arrived in front of Fang Chen's residence. Before Chen Tian could say anything, Fang Chen's door opened and he walked out. Seeing Chen Tian, Fang Chen smiled faintly. You finally couldn't hold back anymore? Fang Chen, you've gone too far. You don't even manage your own medicinal fields, and you actually force my little brother to help you, raged Chen Tian. Chen, who often bullies the other workers. Why don't you say anything when he's forced to help? Retorted Fang Chen. Chen Tian paused for a moment before continuing. Don't try to quibble. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will I be able to continue living in the Eastern Worker District? Chen Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Servant District. All the servants in the Eastern Servant District were very afraid of Chen Tian. Chen Tian's prestige in the Eastern Worker District was getting higher and higher. He was very happy and enjoyed this kind of life. Fang Chen was the first worker who dared to openly defy him. He wanted to teach this reckless guy a lesson in front of all the other workers. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chen Tian roared and activated all the power in his body, launching a fierce attack. Shoo! A ferocious fist radiance instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Chen Tian roared furiously as he increased the strength of his fists once again. The powerful fist force directly enveloped Fang Chen's entire body. Chen Tian is so strong. The surrounding workers were all discussing. Fang Chen looked at Chen Tian's attack with a relaxed expression. He could tell Chen Tian's strength with just a glance. Chen Tian's strength was at most comparable to a half-step condensing reality realm warrior. I even dare to fight against a condensing reality realm warrior. A mere Qi-Si warrior is nothing. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, he activated his sword body. A wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, instantly enveloped Chen Tian. In the next moment, Fang Chen stabbed out with the hidden star sword in his hand. Suddenly, a wild sword light directly pierced towards Chen Tian. When the hallucinatory aura appeared, the countless workers in the surroundings immediately felt a wave of confusion. When they came to their senses, they were shocked to discover that the long sword in Fang Chen's hand was pressed against Chen Tian's neck. Crash! The hallucinatory aura dissipated and Chen Tian instantly woke up. He was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that Fang Chen's long sword was pressed against his neck. Chen Tian was greatly alarmed. He had never imagined that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. Is this a hallucination? Chen Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Chen Hu, who was standing behind Chen Tian, was already shocked. His face was filled with shock. His big brother was the boss of the Eastern Worker District. How could he lose to this new worker? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Tian's mind. In the end, he gave up. The aura emitted by Fang Chen's body was enough to make him feel pressured. This person's strength is already close to the condensing reality realm. Chen Tian revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. I lost. Too weak. I don't want to kill you. Fang Chen looked at Chen Tian and said, however, your brother Chen who has been causing trouble for me time and time again. If I don't teach him a lesson. Before Fang Chen could finish, Chen Tian spoke first. My brother caused trouble for you. It is his fault. As his brother, I will teach him a lesson. As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, he turned around and threw a punch at Chen Hu. With a cracking sound, Chen Hu found that one of his arms was broken. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Chen Hu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen nodded and said, Do I still have to work as a worker? Hearing Fang Chen's question, Chen Tian quickly said, No need. I'll help you with your matter. Fang Chen turned around and returned to his residence, leaving behind countless shocked workers. Big brother, why are you doing this to me? Chen Hu endured the pain and asked loudly. If I didn't do anything and he did, then it wouldn't be something that could be dealt with just one arm. Chen Tian coldly said. Big brother, even you aren't his match? Chen Hu asked. In the future, he will be the boss of the Eastern Worker District. Chen Tian left behind these words and left. Chapter 419. Fang Chen did not care about being the boss of the Eastern Servant District. After all, his goal was to increase his strength. He did not care about these meaningless titles at all. However, Ever since he became the boss of the Eastern Servant District, no one dared to disturb him. He did not even need to manage his herb farm anymore. He just cultivated leisurely. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen had been cultivating. His cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 8th Qi High Realm to the mid-stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm soon, or even the 9th Qi High Realm. After increasing his cultivation, Fang Chen's strength had increased again. Right now, he was not any weaker than a normal first-stage condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen had a lot of pills and spirit plants in his space ring. Therefore, he did not lack any resources for his cultivation. One day, when Fang Chen stopped cultivating, Chen Tian suddenly came to look for Fang Chen. "Boss Fang, today is the monthly inspection. The servant elder will be here soon," Chen Tian said to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, "You are in charge of bringing the servant elder to the inspection. I will not be going." Chen Tian nodded and left. Not long after, the servant elder arrived. Last month, the herb farm was destroyed. The servant elder was not happy about it. Therefore, when he came to the Eastern Servant District, he went to check on the 10 herb farms that were given to Fang Chen. When he saw the 10 herb farms, his face was full of smiles. He kept nodding and said, "Not bad, 10 herb farms. Very good management." Looking at the healthy growth of the seedlings in the herb farm, the servant elder was very happy. Finally, the servant elder finished the inspection and left the Eastern Servant District. Chen Tian gave some soul stones to Fang Chen. These belonged to Fang Chen, but Fang Chen rejected them. He did not dare to do anything this month. Plus, he had a lot of soul stones. These soul stones were nothing. "Distribute them to the others," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen was training in the servant district. As for the soaring dragon Marquis, it had been 2 months since he became a disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon Marquis had made great progress. Right now, he was already at the late stage of the first stage of the condensing reality realm. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the second stage of the condensing reality realm. "Brother Fang, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you," the soaring dragon Marquis said in a low voice. What he did not know was that Fang Chen, whom he thought was dead, had actually come to the Baron sect. Furthermore, he had already stayed in the servant district for more than a month. In another large sect in Leaning Water City, the Black Armor Marquis was also diligently cultivating within the Divine Statue School. Ever since he joined the Divine Statue School, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Furthermore, with Li Jinghong's help, the Black Armor Marquis's improvement was even greater. "Xian Jiao, you've improved a lot. Work hard." Just as Xian Jiao was cultivating on the square, Li Jinghong suddenly walked over and smiled. Senior brother Li seeing this, the Black Armor Marquis grinned. The reason why he was able to have his current achievements was all because of Li Jinghong. Right now, the Black Armor Marquis was still too weak within the Divine Statue School. Therefore, even if he wanted to leave the sect, he had no choice. He could only wait until his strength was a bit stronger before he went to look for the soaring dragon Marquis. Work hard on your cultivation. Once your cultivation reaches the 3rd condensing reality realm, I'll go and avenge the sword Marquis. The Black Armor Marquis secretly said in his heart. Within the 5 Elements province, the southern mountain land was only one of the mountains. However, even so, the southern mountain land was still vast and boundless. Within a certain danger zone in the southern mountain land. This danger zone was the most dangerous danger zone in the entire southern mountain land. Even almighty condensing reality realm experts would not dare to rashly enter this danger zone. However, at this moment, within this danger zone, there was a white-clothed girl on top of a bluestone. She quietly stood there. In front of her, there was a warrior whose entire body was covered in a grey mist. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Star and Moon, who he had fallen in love with back then. After leaving the Divine Wind Nation, Star and Moon traveled all the way and cultivated. Unintentionally, they came to the southern mountain land. Because Star and Moon's strength was too weak and she was very beautiful, she was targeted as soon as she entered the southern mountain land. One day, while Star and Moon was cultivating, she was suddenly ambushed by a powerful warrior. She was severely injured and escaped into this danger zone. She originally thought that she was going to die here. However, she did not expect to meet the person in front of her in this danger zone. This old man took her in as his disciple the moment he saw her. Moreover, he accompanied her to cultivate for more than 3 years. Today, they were finally going to leave this place. She didn't know exactly how strong her master was, but she knew very well that this danger zone was a piece of cake for her master. I've killed your enemy. It's time for us to leave, the old man shrouded in grey mist said in a low voice. Master. Star and Moon cupped her hands and greeted the old man. As the profound yin body, your name will definitely shake the entire continent in the future. Come back with me. The next time you are born, you will definitely shock the world, the old man said slowly. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes glanced at the endless blue sky. A figure that she yearned for day and night appeared in her mind. Fang Chen, where are you? Star and Moon thought to herself. After a long time, Star and Moon followed her master and left the southern mountain land. Crash! Star and Moon's master flicked his wrist and the void tore open. A wild aura came out from the crack in the void. Even a condensing reality realm expert would be injured in the face of such a wild aura. However, Star and Moon's master led Star and Moon into the crack in the void with ease. If this scene was seen by the experts of the southern mountain land, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this was not something that a condensing reality realm expert could do. Water-leaning city, barren sect, Eastern Servant District. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly sneezed. Immediately after, Star and Moon's gentle and beautiful face appeared in his mind. Star and Moon. Fang Chen muttered. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that he had forgotten himself. He immediately shook his head and sobered up. What's going on? Why did I think of Star and Moon? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. However, at the same time, he also missed Star and Moon. I wonder where Star and Moon are. Fang Chen thought to himself. Just wait. One day, I will find you. Fang Chen swore to himself. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and left his residence. He strolled around the Eastern Servant District. Seeing this, Chen Tian hurried over and led the way for Fang Chen. Boss Fang, I am very familiar with the Eastern Servant District. Let me show you around. Chen Tian smiled. Fang Chen nodded and did not refuse. At first, Chen Tian brought him around the herb fields. There were many herb fields in the entire Eastern Servant District. The most important one in the Servant District was the herb fields. After walking around the herb fields, Chen Tian brought Fang Chen to a building complex. Boss Fang, this is the Eastern Servant District's Alchemy Hall. Over there is the Weapon Hall, Cultivation Method Hall, and Exchange Hall. Chen Tian introduced to Fang Chen. This was the first time Fang Chen had seen these halls in the Servant District. Fang Chen then went to the Alchemy Hall. However, Fang Chen was disappointed. The Servant District was indeed the Servant District. The Alchemy Hall here only had low-grade pills. They couldn't even enter Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chen then looked at the Weapon Hall and Cultivation Method Hall and shook his head helplessly. After coming out of the other halls, Fang Chen pointed at the Exchange Hall and asked, "What's this Exchange Hall for?" Boss Fang, the Exchange Hall is specifically designed to provide convenience for handyman landlords. When handyman disciples need spirit stones, they'll give their precious treasures to the Exchange Hall. Chen Tian explained, of course, if you have enough spiritual stones, you can also buy the treasures in the Exchange Hall. Hearing Chen Tian's explanation, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Weren't the treasures he obtained from the 4 Martial Marquises' spatial rings able to be exchanged for spiritual stones? Come, let's go take a look. Fang Chen smiled. When they arrived at the Exchange Hall, Fang Chen found that the treasures that could be exchanged for were all low-grade. Boss Fang, do you want to exchange for spiritual stones or treasures? Asked Chen Tian. I just happen to have some treasures that I want to exchange for spiritual stones. Fang Chen smiled. At this moment, a staff member walked over and expressionlessly said, "The Exchange Hall has rules. If you want to exchange for spiritual stones, the lowest price is 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. If your treasures aren't worth that price, please leave. Chapter 420. Fang Chen had obtained a large amount of wealth from the interspatial rings of the four martial marquises. What was a mere 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Fang Chen glanced at Chen Tian beside him and said, "You go back first. I'll just take a look around." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Chen Tian naturally understood that Fang Chen did not want him to see his wealth. After all, one should not show off one's wealth. He nodded and turned to leave. After Chen Tian left, Fang Chen looked at the staff member and handed over an interspatial ring. "I want to exchange all of these things for high-grade spirit stones." The staff member took the interspatial ring disapprovingly. After all, this was the servant district. How much wealth could a servant have? However, when the staff member saw the wealth in the interspatial ring, his heart was filled with shock. His eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Chen in shock. He licked his dry lips and said, "You want to exchange all of these?" Fang Chen nodded. The staff member looked at Fang Chen with respect and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll appraise them for you." After saying that, the staff member quickly entered the backstage and began the appraisal. This time, Fang Chen sold spirit rank elixirs that were useless to him, as well as spirit weapons and a few cultivation techniques. Other than the absolute heaven sword technique, he sold all of the other cultivation techniques. Not long after, the staff member ran out. At this time, there was an old man following behind the staff member. "This is the elder of our exchange hall." The staff member introduced. "Brother, we have finished calculating all of your items. They were all exchanged according to the market price. Among them, the cultivation techniques are more expensive. Then there are the spirit weapons. In total, we'll charge you 20 million high-grade spirit stones. How about it?" Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen nodded. 20 million high-grade spirit stones was within his expectations. Not long after, the elder handed the 20 million high-grade spirit stones to Fang Chen. His face was filled with excitement. Ever since he had become an elder in the servant district, this was the biggest business he had ever done. After all, the servants in the servant district were not rich. Otherwise, they would not have joined the Baron sect. The elder's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Fang Chen. "Is there anything else I can do for you, brother?" the elder asked with a chuckle. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then took out more than 7 billion medium spirit stones and said, "I want to exchange all these medium spirit stones for upper spirit stones." Seeing so many mid-grade spiritual stones, the elder was shocked. It seemed that this kid's background was not simple. However, as the elder of the exchange hall, he had to fulfill his duty. He would not ask about the origin of the servants' wealth, nor would he reveal the wealth of the servants. The elder picked up one of the mid-grade spirit stones and appraised it. He said, "Your mid-grade spirit stones aren't too pure. How about 500 mid-grade spirit stones for one high-grade spirit stone?" Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen nodded. After coming to the southern mountain land, Fang Chen realized that the currency here was mostly high-grade spirit stones. Almost no one used mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he wanted to exchange all these mid-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen had a total of 7,775,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the exchange rate of 500 to 1, he could exchange for a total of 15,550,000 high-grade spirit stones. Because Fang Chen's transaction amount was very large, the elder of the exchange hall made the decision to give Fang Chen 16 million high-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 20 million from before and the 51 million high-grade spirit stones that Fang Chen originally had, Fang Chen now had 87 million high-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge sum. Even some of the rich disciples of the Baron sect did not have such wealth. Finally, under the burning gaze of the elder of the exchange hall, Fang Chen left the exchange hall. After the exchange, Fang Chen returned to his residence. In the western servant district, in a courtyard. This courtyard was an independent one. The boss of the western servant district, Dong Han, lived here. Dong Han was the boss of the western servant district. Not long ago, His strength had reached the half-step condensing reality realm. Among the bosses of the 4 big servant districts, Dong Han's strength was not at the top, but he was not at the bottom either. On this day, Dong Han was resting. Suddenly, a servant rushed into Dong Han's independent courtyard. "Boss Dong Han." The servant called out. "What's the matter?" Dong Han did not open his eyes and asked directly. "Boss Dong Han, I just saw the boss of the Eastern Servant District, Chen Tian." He listened to the words of a new servant and bowed to him. It seemed like he was very afraid of this servant. The servant said, "Oh, is that so?" Dong Han was slightly moved and asked. After asking around, it seems like this new servant is even stronger than Chen Tian. Now, he is still the boss of the Eastern Servant District. The servant said in a low voice. After hearing this, Dong Han narrowed his eyes and pondered in his mind. After a long time, Dong Han said, "Chen Tian is a piece of trash. He can't even keep his position as the boss of the servant district." Although Dong Han did not have much contact with Chen Tian, the 4 of them were in charge of the 4 big servant districts. They had already formed a tacit understanding that no one would interfere with each other's affairs. But suddenly, an outsider came in and became the boss of the servant district. Moreover, it was a new servant. This made Dong Han very unhappy. "I'd like to see how strong this new servant is." After saying this, Dong Han turned and left, heading towards the Eastern Servant District. At this time, Fang Chen was walking in the servant district. Everywhere he passed, there were servants greeting him. Seeing Fang Chen come out of the exchange hall, Chen Tian ran up with a smile and led the way for Fang Chen. "Boss Fang, our Eastern Servant District is very peaceful right now. Work is progressing very smoothly," Chen Tian said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. He did not care about these things. He was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating. He wanted to reach the condensing reality realm as soon as possible and then become a true disciple of the Baron sect. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Chen Tian, a group of servants suddenly came from afar. Looking at their clothes, they were from the Western Servant District. The leader was naturally the boss of the Western Servant District, Dong Han. "Boss Fang, it's the servants of the Western Servant District. The leader is their boss, Dong Han." Seeing Dong Han arrive, Chen Tian said in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, Dong Han arrived in front of Fang Chen. He sneered and mocked, "Chen Tian, you really are a piece of trash. You can't even keep your position as the boss of the Eastern Servant District. You actually let a new servant take it away. Dong Han, why did you bring people to my Eastern Servant District?" Hearing this, Chen Tian roared angrily. Since you, Chen Tian, don't have the ability, then let me, Dong Han, help you take charge of the Eastern Servant District." Dong Han grinned. His meaning was very clear. From today onwards, he would take charge of the Eastern Servant District. Hearing Dong Han's words, Chen Tian was furious. "Dong Han, this is my Eastern Servant District. Don't be so impudent." Chen Tian roared. Seeing Chen Tian's angry appearance, Dong Han felt very relieved. His eyes then looked towards Fang Chen and asked, "You're the boss of the Eastern Servant District?" Fang Chen nodded and said, "You can say that." A guy who hasn't even grown out his hair dares to call himself the boss of the Eastern Servant District. Is there no one else in the Eastern Servant District? Dong Han laughed wildly. Seeing Dong Han's appearance, Fang Chen was very unhappy. He turned his head to look at Chen Tian and asked, "A servant from the Western Servant District was beaten up in our Eastern Servant District. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Chen Tian was a little stunned, but he instantly understood Fang Chen's meaning. He nodded and said, "No problem." After receiving Chen Tian's answer, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he looked at Dong Han. For some reason, seeing Fang Chen's smile, Dong Han's heart actually had a trace of an indescribable fear. "Damn it." Dong Han cursed, then looked towards Fang Chen and said angrily, "Kid, you're courting death." Just as Dong Han's voice fell, the aura of a half-step condensing reality realm instantly exploded out. The wild aura caused countless servants in the surroundings to be shocked. However, before Dong Han could make a move, his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'll leave the rest to you." Fang Chen didn't even look at Dong Han as he turned and left. Chen Tian recovered from his shock and nodded at Fang Chen. He then walked towards Dong Han, who was lying on the ground with a sinister smile. The crowd didn't see clearly how Fang Chen dealt with Dong Han. They only saw a flash of black light and Dong Han's body flew out. At this moment, Dong Han was also scared silly. He fell to the ground and stared blankly at Fang Chen in the distance. Bang! At this moment, Chen Tian kicked Dong Han's body and directly woke him up. "Damn it, Chen Tian, you dare to hit me?" Dong Han saw Chen Tian kick him and roared angrily. "So what if I kicked you? Who told you to come to my eastern district and behave so atrociously?" Chen Tian sneered, then started punching and kicking Dong Han. Because he was seriously injured by Fang Chen, Dong Han couldn't resist Chen Tian's attacks. After a quarter of an hour, Dong Han was carried away by the servants of the Western District. Chen Tian felt very good. Ever since he came to the servant district, he had never felt as good as today. The boss of the Western District had been beaten to such a state. The servants of the Eastern District cheered endlessly. In a certain courtyard of the Southern Odd Job District, Dong Han was sitting on a stone bench in a sorry state. Beside him were two cultivators. "How did you end up like this?" The boss of the Southern District, Nan Meng, asked curiously. "Who beat you up like this? Could it be that you've offended a desolate sect disciple again?" The boss of the Northern District, Bei Hai, asked. Dong Han shook his head. His head had already turned into a pig's head. His nose was bruised and his entire body was in pain. His heart was filled with anger. "Big brothers, you must avenge me. I was beaten up like this by the boss of the Eastern District," Dong Han cried. After a while, Dong Han told the two of them the whole story. After the two of them heard the story, their faces became serious. "The new boss of the Eastern District actually beat you up like this. He's too arrogant," Nan Meng said coldly. "Doesn't he know that the servant district is our territory? He dares to mess with us. He's really courting death," Bei Hai said gloomily. The two of them instantly made a decision. They would avenge Dong Han and teach the new boss of the Eastern District a lesson. Chapter 421. Nan Meng and Bei Hai immediately decided to teach the new boss of the Eastern Servant District a lesson. "Let's go now." In the entire Servant District, Nan Meng and Bei Hai's strength was considered the top. With the two of them working together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the two of them, the servants immediately understood that they were here to cause trouble for Fang Chen. Chen Tian, who had received the news in advance, quickly arrived at Fang Chen's residence. He warned Fang Chen, Boss Fang, the boss of the Southern Servant District, Nan Meng, and the boss of the Northern Servant District, Bei Hai, have arrived in a threatening manner. They seem to have come to avenge Dong Han. Hearing Chen Tian's words, Fang Chen did not care at all. He said, "It doesn't matter. Boss Fang, the two of them are very strong. I heard that when they work together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior." Chen Tian reminded him again. However, Fang Chen did not care at all, which made Chen Tian feel a little helpless. Just as Chen Tian was about to say something, he suddenly heard a deep voice. Chen Tian knew that the two of them had arrived. "Fang Chen, get out here." Nan Meng's voice was very loud, it shook the entire Eastern Servant District. Fang Chen's door opened with a creak, and he walked out from inside. "You are Fang Chen?" Nan Meng saw Fang Chen, his face showed a trace of surprise. He did not expect Fang Chen to be so young. "Yes," Fang Chen said. "Kid, you have only been in the Servant District for a short time. How dare you injure Dong Han? Are you looking for death?" Bei Hai's temper was more violent, he roared angrily. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. The people of the Servant District had come to cause trouble for him again and again. It seemed that he needed to show his true strength. "If I were you too, I would go back now." Fang Chen sneered. "HMPH, let me, Bei Hai, fight you." As soon as Bei Hai's voice fell, he suddenly burst out with a powerful strength. A wild aura instantly swept across the entire land. However, Just as Beihai was about to attack, an even more powerful aura burst out from Fang Chen's body. A wild sword intent emerged, carrying a strong hallucinatory aura. It instantly enveloped Beihai. In an instant, the North Sea fell into an illusion. Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked. When they sensed this wild aura, they retreated one after another. However, even though they retreated, they were still enveloped by the hallucinatory aura. Their eyes were dull, as if they were zombies. Beihai. Seeing that Beihai had fallen into an illusion, Nan Meng roared. Suddenly, Beihai woke up from the illusion. His eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. He said in a low voice, "There's something strange about this kid. He knows illusions. Let's go together." At this moment, Nan Meng also realized how powerful Fang Chen was. Therefore, he was prepared to join forces with Beihai to encircle Fang Chen. Seeing the two of them working together, Fang Chen laughed coldly and said, "It's useless." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. A wild sword intent instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. Whoosh! Beihai and Nan Meng's bodies were sent flying at the same time. How is this possible? Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked when they saw this scene. The sword intent around Fang Chen had actually caused their souls to tremble. He's too powerful. He defeated Beihai and Nan Meng with one sword. His strength is comparable to a condensing reality realm expert. He's really powerful. No one in the servant area is his match. It seems that he's the boss of the servant area from now on. Many servants were shocked. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Even some of the nominal disciples were not as strong as Fang Chen. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and stood quietly on the ground. He looked at Beihai and Nan Meng, who were slowly getting up from the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. If he wanted to kill us, we would have been dead. Beihai was shocked. There was a storm in Nan Meng's heart. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. It was not something that he could compare with. After a mental struggle, Nan Meng and Beihai revealed a bitter smile on their faces. Immediately, they cupped their hands together towards Fang Chen and said, "Brother Fang, we were in the wrong previously. I hope that you will forgive us and let us off. My ambition is not here. You can continue to be the boss of the servant area. I will continue to cultivate." Fang Chen said softly, "Thank you, Brother Fang." Hearing this, the two hurriedly left the eastern servant area. The news of Fang Chen taking on two experts by himself instantly spread throughout the odd job worker district. Countless odd job workers from the 4 odd job worker districts regarded Fang Chen as their boss. His strength was extremely powerful. Even if the bosses of the 4 odd job worker districts joined forces, they might not be his match. From then on, Fang Chen became the uncrowned king of the 4 servant areas. No one dared to disrespect Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen said that his ambition was not here. Normally, the 4 of them would be responsible for the affairs in the servant area. He would just cultivate quietly. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Fang Chen was walking in the eastern servant district. Suddenly, a few figures came from afar. "Soaring Dragon, your current cultivation has already reached the late first level of the condensing reality realm. I hope you can cultivate well. This time, you came to the servant area to choose a few servants. When you return, try to break through to the second level of the condensing reality realm in one go," an elder said with a chuckle. This elder was the elder of the honorary disciple area. Ever since the Soaring Dragon Marquis joined the Baron's sect and became an honorary disciple, he gradually revealed his frightening talent. In just a few months, the Soaring Dragon Marquis cultivation had already reached the late first level of the condensing reality realm. The elder had already regarded the Soaring Dragon Marquis as the honorary disciple with the greatest hope of breaking through to the second level of the condensing reality realm. On this day, the elder accompanied the Soaring Dragon Marquis and specially came to the servant area to choose a few servants to take care of the Soaring Dragon Marquis food and lodging. "I will work hard." Hearing this, the Soaring Dragon Marquis nodded heavily. Unknowingly, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the elder had already arrived at the eastern servant area. This is the Eastern Servant Area. You can choose a few servants here. The elder said with a smile. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded and the two continued forward. Suddenly, the elder saw Fang Chen walking forward. Immediately, he cried out, "That laborer in front, come over here for a moment." Hearing the voice, Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He turned his head to look and shockingly discovered the soaring dragon Marquis. The latter had also discovered Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. The soaring dragon Marquis stopped in his tracks, his eyes burning as he looked at Fang Chen. And Fang Chen also walked step by step until he was in front of the soaring dragon Marquis. "Kid, what's your name?" the elder asked. "Fang Chen." Fang Chen replied. "Looks like you're not bad. From today onwards, you will follow the soaring dragon Marquis and be responsible for his food and lodging," the elder said with a smile. Without waiting for the elder to finish speaking, the soaring dragon Marquis opened his mouth to speak. "Fang Chen, you didn't die." The soaring dragon Marquis' heart was in a perilous situation. Fang Chen was actually able to survive the pursuit of a third-level condensing reality realm martial artist. Moreover, he came to the water-leaning city alone and joined the Baron sect. "I was lucky to escape," Fang Chen said with a smile. Seeing this, the soaring dragon Marquis' face also revealed a trace of a smile. He, the sword Marquis, Fang Chen, and the black armor Marquis had come out together from the Golden Crown Nation. They had spent a long time together and their relationship was naturally very good. Originally, when he thought that Fang Chen had died, the soaring dragon Marquis was rather unhappy in his heart. But now, seeing Fang Chen standing in front of him alive and well, he was extremely excited. "Fang Chen, why are you in the servant area?" The soaring dragon Marquis was extremely puzzled and asked. Logically speaking, with Fang Chen's strength, he could absolutely directly become an honorary disciple of the Baron sect, or even an official disciple. Why was he in the servant area? "You two know each other." The elder at the side looked at Fang Chen in astonishment and asked. "Elder, Fang Chen came out with me from the Golden Crown Nation. But on the way to Water-Leaning City, we got separated," the soaring dragon Marquis said with a smile. "That's good. Since you two already know each other, then let him be in charge of your daily life," the elder said. The soaring dragon Marquis slightly shook his head and said, "Elder, I don't have the qualifications to let Fang Chen be in charge of my daily life." "Why?" the elder asked, puzzled. The soaring dragon Marquis glanced at Fang Chen and then said, "Back then, before I had advanced to the condensing reality realm, Brother Fang's strength was already stronger than mine. The current him will only be stronger." "Oh, there's such a thing." Hearing this, the elder did not dare to believe it. Soon after, he looked at Fang Chen and asked, "How strong is your true strength?" Hearing this, Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't know exactly how strong I am, but it should be comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. Elder, my talent is not even worth mentioning in front of Brother Fang," the soaring dragon Marquis said. The soaring dragon Marquis's strength naturally did not need to be mentioned. For the soaring dragon Marquis to hold this kid in such high regard, it seemed that he was not simple either. The elder had the thought of testing Fang Chen. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around the elder's body. In the next moment, his large hand directly reached towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed danger and instinctively dodged. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Bang! Fang Chen's fist collided with the elder's opponent, letting out a deafening sound. Fang Chen's body continuously retreated, and finally stabilized himself. At this moment, the elder looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. "To be able to block my attack, your true strength must be at least at the first level of the condensing reality realm, and your cultivation is only at the 8th level of the Qi High realm." The elder's heart was filled with shock. What was a genius? This was a true genius. At the 8th level of the Qi High realm, his strength was comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. This was definitely a genius among geniuses. This kind of genius is actually assigned to the servant area. What a joke. At this moment, the elder thought of this problem and said in a deep voice. After a while, the elder called the servant elder. "Elder, Why are you looking for me? The servant elder looked at the elder in the disciple area and said respectfully, I want to ask for someone from you. Is that possible? The elder said directly, Of course. The servant elder said, Elder, you can choose whoever you like. I want him. The elder pointed at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen. Looking at Fang Chen, the servant elder laughed and said, This kid is not bad. During the time he was in the servant area, he managed the medicine field in an orderly manner. He is a very good servant. Although he made mistakes before, it is better for him to learn from his mistakes and learn from them. Hearing the servant elder's words, the elder in the disciple area had the urge to explode. Such a genius, and you let him manage the medicine field? The elder did not say anything else, and directly left the servant area with Fang Chen and the soaring dragon Marquis. Of course, the elder also asked for Fang Chen's opinion. After getting Fang Chen's approval, he then left with Fang Chen. Genius, he is definitely a genius. This is the most powerful genius I have ever seen. At the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, he is already comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. If he reaches the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, he will definitely be promoted to an official disciple. The elder thought to himself with a smile. Chapter 422. The purpose of coming to the southern mountain land was to increase his strength. The servant area was naturally not Fang Chen's choice. Therefore, when the elder suggested bringing him to the honorary disciple area, Fang Chen gladly agreed. Brother Fang, with your strength, it won't be long before you become an official disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon Marquis said with a laugh. He was very happy that Fang Chen did not die. He also discovered that Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to before. Fang Chen laughed and did not say anything. Soon, the elder brought Fang Chen to the honorary disciple area and found Elder Han, who was in charge of the honorary disciple area. Elder Han. The elder came to Elder Han's courtyard and smiled. Elder Li, how come you have time to come here? Elder Han smiled. Elder Han, I just went to the servant area and found a genius disciple. I brought him here to show you. Elder Li said. Him. Behind Elder Li, besides Fang Chen, there was also the soaring dragon Marquis. Elder Han knew the soaring dragon Marquis, so he naturally knew that the genius disciple that Elder Li mentioned was Fang Chen. That's right, it's him. I don't know which bastard elder it is, to actually assign such an outstanding genius disciple to the service area. Luckily, I met him today, or else such a genius disciple would have been buried. Elder Li quickly said. Oh. Elder Han heard Elder Li's words and was a little curious about Fang Chen. After a minute, Elder Han found out that Fang Chen's real cultivation was at the 8th Qi High Realm, and his strength was comparable to the first condensing reality realm. He was shocked. Within the Qi High Realm, crossing realms was not a big deal, but crossing realms from the Qi High Realm to the condensing reality realm was definitely a genius among geniuses. There was a fundamental difference between the Qi High Realm and the condensing reality realm. A warrior without a Dharma idol, no matter how strong he was, would not be able to defeat a warrior with a Dharma idol. However, Fang Chen's appearance made Elder Han's jaw drop. 8th Qi High Realm. When Elder Han thought of this, he was extremely excited. Such a monstrous genius at such a young age, he felt as if he had picked up a treasure. Haha, old Li, you did well in this matter. Elder Han laughed loudly. It's been a long time since a disciple from our nominal disciple area has been promoted to an official disciple. The higher-ups of the sect are dissatisfied with our nominal disciple area. This kid's appearance is absolutely timely. Elder Han laughed. At the 8th Qi High Realm, he already has the power of a late-stage condensing reality realm warrior. If he reaches the 9th Qi High Realm, or even higher, he will definitely be qualified to become an official disciple. Elder Han continued. The two elders laughed heartily. Fang Chen and the soaring dragon Marquis stood to the side, not saying a word. After a long while, Elder Han calmed down the excitement in his heart. Then, he looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, from today onwards, you are a registered disciple of the Baron sect. You must train well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Thank you, Elder. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Not long after, the news of Fang Chen becoming a nominal disciple spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Even the 4 servant areas knew about it. No wonder he is the boss of our servant area. He became a nominal disciple so quickly. His cultivation hasn't reached the condensing reality realm yet. This is an exception. In the history of our servant area, this hasn't happened for a long time. So powerful. When I first saw him, I felt that he was very powerful. In the 4 servant areas, many of the servants were discussing and praising Fang Chen's power. At the same time, the bosses of the 4 servant areas were also scared. Luckily, they all recognized Fang Chen and didn't find trouble with Fang Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Any one of the nominal disciples would be able to crush them like ants. The strength of a nominal disciple wasn't something that servants like them could compare to. However, while they were discussing Fang Chen, the disciples of the 4 servant areas were also working hard on their cultivation. After being stimulated by Fang Chen, they also wanted to be promoted to nominal disciple. The nominal disciple area. This was Fang Chen's 3rd month in the Baron sect. During the first 2 months, Fang Chen had been cultivating. Now, he finally arrived at the nominal disciple area. However, Fang Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. First-level condensing reality realm disciples were all nominal disciples and weren't considered official disciples. In order to become an official disciple of the Baron sect, one's cultivation had to reach the 2nd-level condensing reality realm. There were a total of 50 nominal disciples in the nominal disciple area. Most of these nominal disciples were at the mid-condensing reality realm. There were very few late condensing reality realm warriors. In the nominal disciple area, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was considered an influential figure. After only being in the Baron sect for a few months, he had already become one of the top warriors in the nominal disciple area. This made countless nominal disciples look up to him. Many of the nominal disciples were usually working hard on their cultivation. However, one day, they suddenly heard that a new disciple had arrived in the nominal disciple area. If it was a normal day, a new disciple wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone was already used to it. However, when everyone found out that this new disciple was only at the 8th level of Qi High Realm, they were all shocked. How could an 8th level Qi High Realm warrior become a nominal disciple? Most of the nominal disciples even thought that there was an inside story. There were even some disciples who shamelessly boasted that they would teach this nominal disciple who came in through the back door a lesson. In short, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the nominal disciple area. In the nominal disciple area, in the courtyard of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. After all, the Baron sect was a big sect in the water-leaning city. Even in the southern mountain region, it could be considered one of the top sects. As a nominal disciple of the Baron sect, the treatment was pretty good. Every disciple had their own courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, Fang Chen and the Soaring Dragon Marquis were sitting quietly and chatting. "Brother Fang, ever since we parted that day, the 2 of us went through untold hardships to come to the water-leaning city. After that, the Black Armor Marquis chose Li Jinghong's sect, while I came to the Baron sect. The 2 of us made a decision. As long as our cultivation reached the 3rd condensing reality realm, we would take revenge for you." The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. "Who would have thought that you actually didn't die? That's great." Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned and said, "Many thanks. Brother Fang, why are you telling me this? We are both from the Golden Guan country. Naturally, we have to take care of each other." The Soaring Dragon Marquis said straightforwardly. After that, the Soaring Dragon Marquis gave Fang Chen a general introduction of the Baron sect. The Baron sect was a peak 2-star sect. It was only 1 step away from becoming a 3-star sect. In the entire southern mountain range, there were a total of 3 3-star sects. The Divine Statue sect in the water-leaning city was one of them. The other 2 3-star sects were in other places. The Baron sect was extremely huge. The hierarchy between the disciples was very strict. If one wanted to join the Baron sect, they had to go through a strict test. If one's cultivation was below the condensing reality realm, one could only become an errand boy. One would start from an errand boy step by step. When one's cultivation reached the first condensing reality realm, one could be promoted to a registered disciple. Of course, registered disciples were not considered official disciples of the Baron sect. Registered disciples only had a certain amount of potential to become official disciples. When a registered disciple's cultivation reached the second condensing reality realm, they could be promoted to an official disciple. Of course, in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Going from the first level to the second level was also extremely difficult. Moreover, registered disciples could not enjoy the resources of the sect. Therefore, in the registered disciple area, no one had been promoted to an official disciple for a year. This made the upper echelons of the Baron sect slightly dissatisfied. As expected of a big sect, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. When he was in the Golden Crown country, he thought that the 9 2-star sects were already very powerful. But now, it seemed that the 9 2-star sects could barely be considered as a 2-star sect in the Golden Crown country. If they were placed in the Baron sect, they would not even be considered a 2-star sect. Yes, a top 2-star sect. Their foundation is too strong. The soaring dragon Marquis could not help but sigh. Then, are there any above the official disciples? Fang Chen asked. This kind of big sect definitely did not only have official disciples. There might even be some elite disciples. Those with a cultivation between the second condensing reality realm to the fifth condensing reality realm are all official disciples. Those with a cultivation of the sixth condensing reality realm can become core disciples. The soaring dragon Marquis said faintly. Those who could reach the sixth condensing reality realm were already considered the top experts among the younger generation in the southern mountain range. How many core disciples are there in the Baron sect? Fang Chen asked. 9. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Cultivating in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Wanting to cultivate to the sixth condensing reality realm was extremely difficult. Even within the 3 3-star sect in the southern mountain range, there were probably not many disciples above the sixth condensing reality realm. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. The southern mountain range already had experts as common as clouds. He wondered what the 5 elements region, or even the entire ancient sword continent would be like. At this time, Fang Chen once again thought of the outer realms that the expert who died had mentioned. The ancient sword continent was only a small place. The real stage was the outer realms. Actually, in the eyes of the experts, the southern mountain range is also a small place. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he was even more eager to increase his strength. From the portrait he saw in the Golden Guan nation, Fang Chen guessed that his mother's family should be a big family in the outer realms. That kind of big family was not something that the ancient sword continent could compare to. If he wanted to find his mother, he had to grow up. The road ahead is still long. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. At this time, the soaring dragon Marquis continued, us honorary disciples are basically unable to enjoy the resources of the sect. However, in the honorary disciple area, there are 2 places to cultivate. One is the body tempering pool. Body tempering pool? Fang Chen was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was specially created by the Baron sect for the honorary disciples. Within the body tempering pool, there is a large amount of precious body tempering liquid. The honorary disciples are all at the first condensing reality realm and have just condensed their Dharma idol. Therefore, their physical bodies are relatively weak. The soaring dragon Marquis said. What is the effect of this body tempering pool? Fang Chen asked. When a martial artist enters the body tempering pool, they can soak in the body tempering liquid and let the body tempering liquid strengthen their physical bodies. For a first condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is very good. But for a second condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is not good. The soaring dragon Marquis said.